Okay, I will start the live feed. Okay, you missed.
Good morning, everyone. The online meeting for the Leeward Planning Commission will now come to order. It's Thursday, December 17th, 2020, and the time is 9:35. Based on the governor's 15th proclamation related to the COVID-19 emergency, we're holding this meeting online. This is to maintain social distancing and to prevent the spread of COVID-19. The public can observe this meeting on YouTube live streaming by following the link provided on the county website or by using the URL advertised on the agenda. The video recording will be accessible on the same YouTube channel for those who are not able to watch it live. The minutes and transcripts will also be posted on the county website at a later date. With respect to public testimony, in addition to the written testimony that the commission has already received and reviewed, we have two testifiers who are registered to provide oral testimony today. Normally, oral statements are taken at the time of a particular item is called to order. However, in the online format, we'll hear from all testifiers, and in this case today, it's just one agenda item. I ask that you limit your testimony to 3 minutes and not be repetitive. If you have submitted written testimony, please do not just read it to us, but use your 3 minutes to highlight your points and/or provide additional information. Following your testimony, commissioners may ask you questions, and when there are no more questions, I will ask you to leave the WebEx platform and switch to the YouTube channel if you wish to observe the rest of the meeting. This is to limit the number of participants on the screen in order to better manage the proceedings and also to minimize noise or connection disturbance. I'd also like to remind all the participants the protocol at this online meeting. Silence your phone and other devices. Only one person may speak at a time, so raise your hand to be recognized by the chair before you speak. Speak directly into your microphone and please keep your microphone muted when you are not speaking. If you talk over each other or if your microphones pick up noise, the dialogue will become indiscernible and cannot be transcribed. Thank you for your cooperation. I'd now like to introduce my commissioners. Please raise your hand when you're called. Vice Chair Perry Kealoha, Commissioner Barbara DeFranco, Commissioner Max Newberg, Commissioner Mike Vitale, Commissioner Mark Van Pernis, and Commissioner Faye Yates is excused today and sends everyone season's greetings. I'm the chairperson, Nancy Carr-Smith. We do have a quorum to hold this meeting. I'd like to introduce the staff now. Malia Hall is Deputy Corp Counsel for the Commission. Malia is with us. Congratulations and welcome Director Kern as our new Planning Director. Nice to see you. Deputy Corp Counsel John Mukai, who's the attorney for the Planning Department, is with the Director. Planning Program Manager Jeff Darrow. Planner Jessica Andrews. Planner Tracy Lee Camaro. She'll be doing the timing, so please watch for her. Leeward Planning Commission Secretary Noriko Sauer is there with Mark. And last and certainly not least, our appreciation goes out to the Planning Director's Private Secretary, Rochelle Lay, who is hosting the WebEx meeting. Regarding the items on our agenda today, agenda item number 1, the applicant AOAO Kona Reef is postponed. We received a letter dated December 9th, 2020 from the applicant requesting a postponement until an unspecified future date. Before we get started, I wanted to remind the commissioners that when we get to the point of action on an agenda item, we need to stick to making one motion for approval. Approval can be with conditions or changes, or disapproval of the recommendation. Council has advised that it's best to have one motion which should include all amendments to the recommendation for disapproval or approval. So if you want to make any changes to conditions or anything, they cannot be a separate motion. We won't be accepting that. So we will only have the motions for the agenda items. Okay, does anybody have any questions about that? Great, thank you. With that, we will proceed to public testimony. Jeff, I think we're okay for public testimony before we start the agenda item. Is that correct? Or Rochelle? Yeah, okay. I have the following people registered to testify, and they're here for agenda item number 2, DPM Acquisition LLC, DBA Diamond Resorts International. This is to amend SMA 388. So we have Judith Ruffner and Alex Duncan. Can you two please raise your right hand? Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter before the Leeward Planning Commission?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's begin with you, Judith. Go ahead and, as I stated, please keep to 3 minutes. Go ahead. Thank you.
My husband and I own a condo located directly across Kahakai Road from the property described in SMA 388. I'm here to request that you deny DRI's request for a 4th 5-year time extension on this permit. DRI should be required to apply for a new SMA permit for several reasons. First, DRI clearly intends to change the proposed use of the land from a commercial building with middle-income residential housing to a timeshare development. The original SMA was approved in 1998 for a commercial space with 48 residential units, which would house approximately 192 residents. The approval specifically stated that the proposed use would complement several goals of the general plan, including providing suitable living environments for island residents, attaining safe, sanitary, and livable housing for residents of Hawaii County, and creating viable communities for our people. DRI now intends to build timeshares at Grand Kona Resort, as indicated on its most recent plan submitted in 2017. Given that the Hawaii County Planning Department recently required all short-term vacation rental owners to pay $500 and spend numerous hours applying for an STVR permit, purportedly to free up more long-term rental housing for local residents, I'd like to ask why DRI should deserve an extension to build timeshares instead of middle-income housing as originally approved on the SMA permit. Second, DRI's proposed plans include 46 3-bedroom timeshare units with sitting rooms and living rooms that could accommodate up to 10 guests per unit for a total of 460 guests. This dramatic increase in the number of occupants from 192 to 460 should be evaluated for its environmental impact on the sensitive coastal zone area, as well as its potential safety implications in a tsunami evacuation zone. Finally, I am greatly disturbed by DRI's lack of transparency. Nearby property owners have received 4 letters in the past 2 years from DRI's planning consultant that included a description and floor plan for Ali'i Gardens, the commercial and residential structure originally approved in 1998. However, new building plans for timeshares at Grand Kona were submitted and approved in 2017. I don't know if repeatedly providing this outdated information is deliberate or an oversight. Regardless, the information is misleading and fails to alert the community about the proposed use and potential impact of DRI's most recent development plans. Please deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judith. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Alex, go ahead. 3 minutes. I can't hear you, Alex.
There we go.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I last testified October 15th regarding the no on-island representative person to take care of problems at this property, such as graffiti, drug dealings, the vagrants that are living in the underground parking structure, the only thing that's been built on this property. Still, nothing has transitioned since that time. There still is no on-island person to take care of problems. Second, we have uncovered that the DPM acquisitions, who's asking for this extension, according to the state of Nevada secretary, it expired, their LLC expired 1/1 of 2011 and is no longer active, and the status is considered inactive and revoked. So we're kind of wondering who's really requesting this and what kind of dance around are we getting? I would personally like to suggest and recommend that that the commission no longer extends another 5-year extension until we really find out what's going on and they have a plan to build something. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Judith or Alex? Max, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank both testifiers, Alex and Judith, for being here today. And it seems to myself you echo a lot of the concerns about this property, in particular with a lot of the written testimony. Because of where I'm located at work down here at Leeward Drive, I was able to go by this morning to see the property next to Royal Kona Resort. And while I'm not able to see anywhere past the chain link fence, the barbed wire, I did see one piece of graffiti. And to my knowledge, I'm not sure if it's accessible to get through that chain link fence. Again, only taking about 20 minutes this morning to make sure I seen it currently. It was great to see folks enjoying Honnold's Beach. I believe there was a yoga group there. I just want to say, as a commissioner, I do appreciate everybody coming forth. I know it can be troublesome in our community with homelessness, vagrancy, and other issues that certainly need to be dealt with as far as safety. And I just wanted to speak to that because I don't quite see what's being spoken to as far as anyone being able to access the actual property. What I did notice is that to the north of the property, there seems to be a buffer zone between the tennis courts at Royal Kona Resort that is in between the said property for DPM. And it seems that there may have been activity in there at some time of homelessness or what have you, but it almost seems like there's a buffer lot between there. Not on anybody's side on this. I do want to speak to the concerns of the testifiers that are here today and also those that wrote in testimony. And again, not spending a lot of time only during the day this morning and once prior about this same time in the morning, looking at it and trying to see, these concerns that are being brought up if they're there. Not saying that anyone isn't being earnest and that these aren't definite concerns, just wanted to speak to that, being able to see for myself what situation is there. Didn't notice really any litter or a lot of the unfortunate signs we see in our neighborhoods these days with homelessness. But several attempts, except for one needing to be done, covering up the graffiti in that place. I just wanted to speak to that. And if maybe Alex or Judith could elaborate more on perhaps what they've seen as neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Newberg. Judith, do you have a response?
Yes, please. I really appreciate you driving by there. First of all, I think that's really key to understanding what we're living with. Those of us in Kona Reef live directly across Kaha Kai Road from the current structure, and I can see it easily from the front of my condo. So, you know, it's only the street that is separating us from that property. There are two entrances that had chain link gates, and both of those are open. They're still locked, but they're open far enough so that people can get in and out. And I was just there last month. I checked there's one along Aliti Drive, which is jimmied open. Again, there's a lock around it, a chain and a lock, but it's been separated so that, you know, people can squeeze in there. And then the same for the big gates along Kahakai Road. So it's not just the trash, it's the weeds. A lot of the graffiti has already been painted over by people who live at Kona Reef, just as an attempt to, you know, keep it to a minimum. Graffiti generally begets more graffiti. So I know my neighbors have been very active in trying to keep it clean, but the weeds are out of control. You know, the chain link fence, the rust, the peeling paint. It's very unsightly.
Thank you very much. Alex, did you want to respond?
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, for going by. Appreciate that. The graffiti that's on there currently is new. You can see if you come down Kahakai Road, you'll see a different color gray, which has been painted over the old graffiti, right? Gray cement colored paint. Yes, there isn't much trash around there right now because the local community picks up the trash just to make it look a little cleaner and neater. So you came by at a good time to see all the trash picked up. In regards to the gate on Kahakai Road that is chain linked, you can pull it apart, and we see skinny vagrants squeeze right between the gates to get in, and they're able to jump over the barbed wire fence, which is next. On the right-hand side of the entrance, you'll see the barbed wire is already pushed down to where they just step over the barbed wire to go into the underground parking. So once again, it's just kind of a mess. You know, something just needs to be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any other questions? Max, go ahead.
Thank you both, Alex and Judith, for sharing further. Chair or possibly anybody that has further knowledge on this project. I don't know if I have the name of the realty company correct. Is it CJ Kimberly? That's kind of surrounded by this U-shaped property. They're on the Mackay side of there. Has there been any testimony or communications with those folks if they've noticed or can validate or add to this conversation at all?
Can one of you, Judith or Alex, respond to that? Raise your hand if you wish to. Mark, I'm talking to the testifiers at the moment. I'll get to you in a second. Judith or Alex, can you respond to Max's comments now or no?
No, I haven't heard anything from CJ.
Okay.
And nor have I. This is
I'm responding to Max.
Mark,
I have an answer of Max's question.
okay. Go ahead.
I have spoken with CJ Kimberly. She's opposed to the extension, and the homelessness is a problem for her property as well, which is surrounded on three sides by the subject parcel. So she's at the moment somewhat physically disabled, but she is opposed to the extension.
Thank you very much. Any further questions or comments? All right. Thank you both for your testimony. You can drop off the call now and join the YouTube channel if you'd like to continue watching.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your service.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, can I have a motion to close public testimony, please?
That include the recently received letters that are included in the public testimony. At least letters I've recently received copies of.
What about them?
I would move to close the public testimony, provided those items are included.
They're included. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion by Mark and a second by Mike. All in favor? Okay, thank you very much. Public testimony is closed now, so we'll move on through the agenda. As mentioned before, the applicant on agenda item number 1 has been postponed until a future date. And moving on to unfinished business, agenda item number 2. Rochelle, are we all good to proceed?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Agenda item number 2, the applicant is DPM Acquisition LLC, DBA Diamond Resort International, formerly Pacific Monarch Resorts Incorporated. Amend SMA 388. Application to amend condition 2, time to complete construction of special management area use permit number 388, which was issued in 1998 to allow the development of a commercial condominium complex and related improvements on 76,739 square feet of land. The property is located on the Makai side of Ali'i Drive, bounded by Ali'i Drive and Kahakai Road, south of Royal Kona Resort and north of Kona Reef Condominium. Hua'a 3rd, North Kona, Hawaii. The TMK is 375-1811. Jessica, you ready to provide us with an update of?
Yes. Hi, good morning, commissioners. I was first going to ask the commissioners and Chair Carr-Smith, I wasn't planning to present the entire presentation for the application once again, just to provide an update. Is that agreeable to everybody, or is there anybody who'd like to review the presentation?
I would guess that we're all good for an update. Is that correct? Can I have some thumbs up? Or down if you feel differently? Okay, I think we're good for an update. Thank you very much, Jessica.
Okay, thanks. Just give me a second here. I'm going to pull my presentation up and I'll forward it to the last slide. So bear with me for just a minute here. Where's my share screen? Okay, let me know if you see the presentation screen. Everybody good? Okay.
Looks good. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to advance through. So you'll get a, sorry, let's see if this is working here. Actually, I think I can jump forward. Here we go. You'll get a very fast review here. Okay. So the planning director is recommending approval with conditions on this application. And there was a submittal that the commissioners should all have received recently from the applicant. And I'll just summarize here on this screen what was included in the applicant's statement. The applicant acknowledges the Planning Commission's comments and responds to the requests for information as follows. The applicant intends to construct a building consistent with the 2017 approvals, which was 46 three-bedroom units, but with added value engineering and design modifications to make the design more cost-effective. There will be no retail component at this time. The applicant intends to build the proposed building within the 5-year time frame in accordance with the following schedule. And again, this is the applicant's statement of the schedule. So it would be resubmittal to Planning Department for final plan approval in 2023, submittal for building permit approvals in 2023 or 2024, construction to be completed before the end of 2025. The applicant is considering the following options for ongoing site maintenance. A primary point of contact for management and maintenance of the property. Regular maintenance of fencing and scrim as necessary. And cleaning of graffiti from all walls as necessary. And I believe the applicant could further clarify how those will be will happen, or any further questions about those. But this was proposed by the applicant after the last Planning Commission meeting. Are there any questions? Nope. I see Commissioner DeFranco.
So,
Barbara.
so my question is, in their response, the applicant is considering the following options. What does that mean? That means that they're thinking about this? They're committed to doing this? What does that mean?
Yeah, you might want to clarify with the applicant, but my guess is this is their proposal.
Okay, thank you. I'll wait then. Thank you.
I can't see all the commissioners, so.
I see Commissioner Van Pernis.
Go ahead, Mark. Jessica, maybe you could pull down the screen.
Yeah, I think,
Thank you.
yes, I can stop sharing. I'm sorry, that is probably blocking your view.
There you go. Thank you. Go ahead, Mark.
I think he's muted.
Mark, you're muted. There we go. Try that. Noriko, there might be something wrong with the microphone.
I think we're working on the sound issue.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
It seems like the camera moved in Kona too. Unless Mark moved his chair. I think Norika's alone though, so, oh, there we go.
Yeah, we've just been in touch with Kona side and are trying to fix the issue now.
No problem. You guys want to take a 5-minute break? Okay, let's do that. It's 10:05. We'll be back at 10:10. Thank you. Noriko, did you get fixed? Mark, is your microphone working now? You're muted, so.
Is there any chance we can move forward with the applicant's presentation in the interim?
Well, we could. Let's just wait a couple more minutes and see, because we need to have that commissioner accessible. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Can we get an update from somebody on staff as to what the status is?
Nancy?
Yes.
Noriko is calling in right now, so we're gonna have Commissioner Van Persie on video and then on the phone. So it might show one more square, but with
Okay,
but yeah.
that's fine. Malia and Director Kern, are you guys both back with us from the break? Just want to make sure. I'm fine if you leave your camera up, but just let me know. You guys are back? Okay. Thank you very much.
We are good to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move forward with the applicant's presentation. I believe we have Sydney Fuke here, Kim Yoshimoto, and Evan Oi. Is that correct? All right, thanks, you guys. 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 Yeah.
I can't hear.
I think on Kona's side, we're getting that feedback. So you need to shut off your microphone.
Yeah, the video.
Very good. The three of you, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to, Evan? Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I do.
I do.
Thank you. So whoever's going first, please state your name, area of residence, and elaborate on your November 13th letter and respond to any concerns raised by testifiers, please. Go ahead.
Got it, Doug. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Sidney Fuke. I'm a planning consultant. I reside in Hilo, Hawaii. I don't know whether you've already acknowledged the presence of Ms. Kim Yoshimoto and Mr. Evan Oe, the applicant's attorney. So they may testify specifically as it relates to questions that may relate to ownership. I mean, I know one of the testifiers had raised a question as far as the validity of the applicant being, whomever it is. So if the commissioners find that a response to that question is relevant, I'm sure that they're prepared to respond to that. What I'd like to do is during the course of my brief presentation is to at the same time also address some of the other concerns or comments raised by the two testifiers. But before doing so, however, or in conjunction with that, I'd like to kind of initially reconfirm the applicant's acceptance of the staff's background report and their proposed recommendation. And more specifically now to respond to the commission's request for additional information as provided in as we provided on our November 13th letter. Essentially, there are several questions relating to the nature of the project, timetable, and also the issue relating to the graffiti and homelessness on the property. So I'd like to kind of address all three. First of all, in terms of the nature of the project, I know that one of the testifiers said that the plans that accompany the notices was somewhat different from the 2017 plan. Well, that is true, but it's not necessarily significantly different. What was provided was the plans that were originally approved, and generally the plans that were approved in 2017 under the plan approval were not significantly different in terms of the size and the scope, so on and so forth. Related to that was a question about, well, in 2000, when the initial estimate was granted, it was supposed to be for residents as opposed to like a timeshare. At that time, when what the proposed use was going to be a condominium, now the most recent iteration is to have a timeshare. But nevertheless, all we're talking about is a form of ownership. Condominium is owned by one, multiple, whereas like the timeshare, like you have multiple ownership. Nevertheless, it's one unit that's being considered. So the plans in concept were approved. The more detailed plans were approved in 2017, and essentially that is the current thought of the applicant right now is to proceed with a plan that generally follows along those lines. Those plans are found in the applicant's submittal, I think dated in November 13th. And they were also found in the planning department's exhibit number 7, of your report. So if you want to see a little bit more detail as far as what was approved back in 2017, I think those are your two primary references. Essentially, those plans kind of reflected a full story, no higher than 45-foot structure, 46 3-bedroom units. The original plan called for like 48 2- and 3-bedroom units. And so what it amounts to right now is the approved plans in 2017 approved plans reflect like a 2-unit reduction. I think the other thing to consider is that the approved plan now does not contain a 7,000 square foot commercial retail area, whereas like the original plan called for like a retail kind of component. So you would have like traffic from the surrounding neighborhoods visiting, that site, sort of like how the King Kamehameha Shopping Center is. King Kamehameha hotels are now operated by the Marriott. You would have like a shopping area where it not only caters to the occupants of the hotel, but also visitors from outside. There may be like a small little sundry area for occupants of the project, but at this point in time, they've abandoned the thought of having like a commercial area for that would be geared for outside people coming into the complex. The approved plans back in 2017 rather, reflected 119 parking spaces. The minimum required for a 46 unit condo is essentially only 58, but what they're proposing is 119. So essentially they're having 60 or more stalls. Now, as was pointed out at the last public hearing on this matter, the applicant is going through like a value engineering, and they're trying to see like whether they really can construct the building as was approved back in 2017, and they're doing that right now. And they're going to make some adjustments to it, based upon value engineering, and nevertheless, they're going to have to come back again to the county planning department for recertification or new approval on the plan approval. So this relates to the second question that the commissioners had raised. That's the issue of the timetable. So based on the staff's recommendation, they have a 5-year window to complete. Now, obviously, they're going to do their best to complete it because, within that window, because they do not wish to reappear before this planning commission and, face also any adverse public or agency kind of comments relating to the project. They have an obligation to complete it, and that's their goal right now. We have to add a little bit qualifier in terms of like the specific timetable. I mean, the applicant's attorney did provide a specific timetable, but we don't know exactly like what the impact of the pandemic and the overall condition of the global economy will have in terms of project financing, and which could affect the development schedule. But notwithstanding those situations, this is where the applicant is coming from, their hope. Their hope is to secure like final plan approval by the end of next year, or maybe the first quarter of 2022, but definitely no later than 2023, because they have to work backwards in terms of having it completed by December of 2025. So they're kind of like working backwards from that. So if you assume that they can get your final plan approval maybe by the first quarter of 2022, then the building permit would be secured by the end of 2022 or earlier, early part of 2023. They would begin construction in 2023, but definitely no later than the start of 2024, because you're looking at maybe a good 12 to 18-month construction window, because their deadline is to have it completed by December of 2025. The last issue I think was raised, specifically in regards to the on-site maintenance, and it's a concern that the owners are very aware of. I mean, like everybody. I mean, I would feel the same way if I were a resident of the Corner Reef condo or any of the surrounding areas, or even like CJ Kimberly, who's a good friend of mine as well. I would have some concern of having these homelessness or this litter, the graffiti. So what they would like to do is like, what was contained in the letter is just saying, like, this is how we would address it. We would address it by having maintenance security to address like graffiti, the grass, the litter, fence, the homelessness. So what we would like to do is, because I think one of the commissioners mentioned about like, well, what specifically are you referring to? So I can understand that because the letter was not necessarily clear. What we would like to suggest is that the condition, that the commission impose an added condition that requires the applicant to provide a site maintenance program, to the planning department so that it gets reviewed, gets approved by them. And that maintenance program would have to address things like how you're going to secure the site, who's the contact information, and how long it's going to last, what's your implementation timetable, so on and so forth. And that gets provided and approved by the county planning department. And once it gets approved, then, they can start to really begin to aggressively address this issue. If there's any infraction on that, then there would be a cause for the planning commission to bring this whole permit up again, for consideration for failure to comply with the appropriate conditions. So that is a condition that we would like to suggest to the commission that you strongly consider, just to specifically address the issue of homelessness and maintenance. it is a concern to the applicant too, because they've tried to secure as best as they can, to prevent the area from homeless people from coming in. But as one of the testifiers, or probably, I think Mr. Van Pernis noted that people were kind of like squeezing in, like through the gates. Other situations, they've kind of broken the gate, like through, they've finally, somehow find their way to, to get into that area. So it requires aggressive maintenance, aggressive security, and that's the idea, to have a program submitted to the county, let them approve it, and then you have a very legitimate enforcement program. Other than that, I mean, if there are questions to whatever I presented, or questions of either of the attorneys, we're more than happy to respond.
Thank you, Sid. Kim, go ahead.
Sorry, just quickly, Commissioner, I know you have a question. I just wanted to also state that they are currently contracted with a security company. They are not professionals. They want the best advice as to how to control all of the issues that have been brought up in testimony and that the neighbors have experienced. And they are also under contract with a vendor. So this isn't, I know, I apologize that it says consider, there is a strong commitment, as Sydney referenced.
How long has the security company been under contract?
I don't know, but it's been relatively recent.
Okay.
Yeah, following the recommendations and the discussion we had in the last hearing.
Okay, very good. Evan, did you have anything to add at this point?
Nothing to add at this point.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to questions from commissioners. Mr. Van Pernis?
Yes, the system has failed over here and we're using, Rico's personal computer. So let me know if there's a problem. I would like to ask the questions of the staff first before I ask Mr. Fuki some questions. The questions I was unable to ask the staff.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Did the staff investigate or consider whether or not the entity applying for this extension existed at the time?
Jessica, did you understand the question?
No, I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Did the department investigate whether or not the entity was registered and existing at the time the application was made?
The entity,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, did you say the entity? Which entity?
The applicant. The entity that is the applicant.
And were they the owners when they applied for this? Is that what you're saying? I'm not following you.
That the entity exists. We heard
Did the entity exist?
some public testimony that the entity did not exist as of 2011.
I don't have anything to add on this. I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for you, but I wonder if maybe the applicant's agent could address that question.
The answer is the staff or the department did not look into that. Correct?
That was not an issue that we looked into.
And the SMA that's involved here has expired. Is that correct?
No, it was not expired when they submitted the application.
But it's expired now.
It has since expired through the course of the review process, but they did submit the application prior to expiration date.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Jessica.
I
Let's,
have some questions of Mr. Fuki also.
sure, go ahead.
Mr. Fuki, the traffic situation at the site has changed over the last 22 years, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I would imagine so. It has changed like the rest of the island.
Has any traffic study ever been done for this area?
I think like as I noted earlier in the initial presentation on this matter back in October, that as part of the SMA review process, a traffic study is not required or is not needed. Unless you can show a direct bearing between the traffic as it relates to coastal zone management objectives. And that was pursuant to the Topless versus County Planning Commission decision that was rendered by the state Supreme Court or the Intermediate Court of Appeals. So, given that, then there was like no traffic study done. If this were like a rezoning time extension, then very definitely pursuant to the concurrency provision of the zoning code, a traffic study would have been required. So the short answer to your question is that no traffic study was done in conjunction with the original, neither for this current time extension request.
I think we've heard that last time as well. Mark, I can't hear you. You're muted, I guess.
Can Rochelle unmute him?
It's Noriko's deal.
Can I be heard now?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mark.
All right, thank you. The letter of Mr. Oi, or Mr. Yoshimoto, I've written these kind of letters too as an attorney, and this is a way to avoid a commitment. It says a applicant will consider or intend, but there's no commitment. Will the applicant commit to taking care of the homeless problem, putting until they're not going away? Will the applicant commit, not consider or intend, but commit to dealing with the homeless problem immediately?
On the property.
That's a question of Ms. Fuki.
Oh. Well, you were referring to the attorney's letter, so let's let Kim or Evan respond, please.
Well, I'm asking, all right, then let me ask other questions.
Mark, let's not get too confused. You had a question, let's have them respond, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Kim or Evan, please.
I can respond. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for your question. I know you were having some sound issues. So earlier I said, and you're correct, the letter shouldn't have said consider. There is a commitment, and Sydney offered an actual condition that would require us to do that within a period of time. So with regard to immediately, there needs to be some planning put into it and a full plan created. But we are committed to the condition that Sydney put forth within the time frame that he specified.
What time frame?
I'll let Sydney.
Sure. I have a proposed language, and it probably it can be modified or adjusted as the commission or the staff might deem appropriate. But it would read something along these lines. The applicant shall provide a site maintenance program to the planning department within 90 days of the effective date of this third amendment to address the site's maintenance and security, which shall include an implementation timetable and contact information of the responsible person or company. This program shall be enforced until physical construction of the project commences.
So there's no immediate dealing with that problem. It's at least 90 days plus away.
Well, I think as Ms. Yoshimoto had indicated, the applicant has already retained the services of a maintenance company. to address that issue. So that's kind of like ongoing, but that may not necessarily be a comprehensive program as may be envisioned by either the commission or the planning department. And so the idea is to submit that program and have it vetted and essentially approved by the county, so that there would then be subsequently or moving forward a basis for its enforcement.
So the security of the site is up to the planning department rather than the owners themselves?
The plan is going to be presented to the planning department. Your question is what's happening right now. As you know, one of the commissioners brought up earlier, there were some breaks in the fence. That's trespass onto the property. We're aware of that. There's fencing around the entire property. So these are people trespassing, and there are actions being taken right now to close the fence and to deal with trash and graffiti. So, but it's not part of a comprehensive plan. What we're offering is a comprehensive plan submitted to the planning department based on recommendations from a professional security company, which would be best practices, as opposed to us just trying to react to every, on a case-by-case basis. I hope that answers the question.
With a problem now.
I think, Chair, that I've answered that one.
Move forward, Mark. Okay. Are any more questions?
Let me next ask, will you commit to a date by which the existing concrete monstrosity will be demolition?
I think that, as I mentioned earlier, like the current plan that that was approved, well, the 2017 plan that was approved called for the retention of the partially completed structure. And moving forward, I think what the value engineering consultant is trying to do is like to see the appropriateness of retaining it or modifying it, and pursuant to the similar or like a modified design. So at this point in time, it would be premature for the developer, to affirmatively state that that structure will be removed or destroyed. Because if it can be salvaged and incorporated into a design that's generally pursuant to the 2017 plan approval, they'll proceed and retain it.
Very good. Thank you.
Regardless of the legal niceties, will the owner volunteer to conduct a traffic study after 22, 23 plus 5 years, regardless of whether he is technically was required to do so at the inception?
Sid?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand the question, Mark.
He wants you to commit to a traffic study.
Regardless of the legal
That's what he's asking you, if you will.
No, I don't think that the applicant can make that commitment right now. There are like mitigation requirements in accordance with the staff's recommendation. I mean, improving that portion of Walua Road and Ali Drive fronting, the subject properties. But over and beyond that, having a traffic study, I don't know. I personally, I would not recommend that the applicant make that commitment.
Thank you, Sid. Max, do you have a Mark, I'm going to move on to another commissioner just so we can keep everybody involved here. Go ahead, Mr. Newberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize, Mr. Van Furnace, if you had more questions. Forgive me, I'm going to use first names, but Kim, Evan, or Sid, is there anyone on this meeting today that can speak for the owner? Is there anyone here that has that authority to commit or not to commit to any of our proposals?
It depends on the proposal. With regard to a traffic study, they would be disinclined to do one. They're not legally required to. And I'd also like to point out, and I think Jeff Darrow brought this up in the last hearing, It's very unusual to have condition number 4, which is the Ali'i Drive and Kahakai Road improvements. The planning department doesn't normally require that. We're willing to do it, notwithstanding the fact that this is very atypical. So while we would be disinclined to do a traffic study, there is a commitment to dealing with these types of improvements that we think would help movement in that area.
Did you
I
have something
appreciate
else,
that.
Max?
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Did you have something else?
I just wanted to know if there is going to be proposals made or requests made, if there's any. I would assume you're here today. I was kind of hoping to see maybe not only attorneys and Sydney as the consultant, but maybe somebody that could speak, for Michael, the owner of the Diamond Resorts, or, I realize you folks are a very large organization. I don't know if this is a situation where we're going to make any amendments. It seems great that we've made a step forward and there's commitment to secure the property, to have a local contact for those that are neighbors to the property established. I'm just curious if, beyond that, if there is any proposals made, are you able to accept or speak on behalf of the owner?
Yeah, maybe I can just kind of answer that. Yeah, I think that your question is very germane, Commissioner Newberg. I think that the attorneys are in a position to agree to certain concessions, but areas that they cannot agree with, like, for example, like I would not have recommended, going along with the traffic study, but other things relating to, for example, like on the maintenance program, if there are other languages that the commissioners may have, I believe like the attorneys would be in a position to speak on behalf of the owner and make that commitment. So it's really like the nature of the ask.
Very good, thank you.
Fair enough. The only question I have, if I may ask one more, and I would assume it may be the attorneys that would be appropriate to ask. I know in dealings in the state of Hawaii with international resorts and timeshare companies, is Diamond Resorts willing to commit to using local labor force from the state of Hawaii as they build this construction project?
I don't think they can commit today. That can't be a condition to this, but I'm sure they're open to conversations in the future. I work with, just so you know, I work with several unions here locally, and that question was posed to me, and that's certainly a discussion that's going to happen at some point, but I don't think we can make a commitment today. But just so you know, I have had discussions with a number of different unions.
To be clear, it wasn't a union question at all. And
they're just wondering. I'm sorry.
I do appreciate the sentiment.
Thank you.
Thanks, Max. Mike, go ahead.
Can everybody hear me? Okay, thanks. I do want to echo Commissioner Newberg's concern about the lack of the developer here. That was one of the specific things that we requested in the previous meeting, because we do want to ask questions about the feasibility of the development and then the non-compliance with the previous conditions. Has there been any answer to the question that was asked in the previous meeting about when the feasibility study was conducted?
You mean in terms of the value engineering? My understanding.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So after the 2017 plan approval was issued, then they began to look more aggressively in now coming up with your building plans, because as you're aware of the normal permitting progression, you start from like the SMA or the zoning, and then you apply for your plan approval. And if you get the plan approval, then you theoretically now are in a position to prepare your construction plans for your building permit. So prior to the development of the specific plans for the building permit to see whether they're going to utilize, not utilize existing improvements, so on and so forth. They're in the process of doing the value engineering. And my understanding is that as they were doing that, then of course, like they had some just overall, like there was some, financial issues about whether it was feasible or not feasible, to actually proceed with any project or not. That's kind of like my general understanding, Commissioner Vitusik. To answer your other question about the unavailability of the owner himself, rather, or the owner's representative. The owner's representative is watching the whole proceedings online. And so if there is a need for a specific communication with him, I'm sure that one of us can probably get a hold of the owner's representative. His name is Larry Olek. He's currently based in Florida at this point in time. But he is, definitely engaged in the ongoings of today's proceedings.
Okay, awesome. I'd love for him to join if he's available. So, again, moving back to the original point about the feasibility study. So we're in a situation where the developer has designed a project that was then received plan approval in 2017. And then subsequently they realized that, wow, we can't actually afford what we designed. And that's the justification given for non-compliance with the timing of the condition. So again, to me, that indicates that the non-compliance with the timing is not the result of factors that cannot be foreseen by the developer, but rather by the developer designing a structure that they can't afford.
Well, I think that if you were to look at just like any residential construction, you have your home designed and maybe developed by plans by an architect, and then you send it out to bid. So like, oops, I can't afford it. So what you got to do, you got to go back and make some adjustments. And I think this is a little bit bigger project, and it's a similar situation. If you just
right, but it's a project that they've had 20 years to develop and to understand the idea behind, and the fact that they put forward a plan approval in 2017 when the development window closes in 2019 doesn't give them a lot of time to make those adjustments that are needed. So again, it's the fault of the developer alone. It's not someone acting on the outside that impacts the developer's ability to design their own project. I think that's important that we consider moving forward. But I do want to continue. There's been a lot of discussion about the litter removal from this structure. But I want to make it very clear that in my opinion, this structure is litter on the entire community. That this derelict building that stood here for 15 plus years is detrimental to the overall Kona community. So to me, the most important thing that we can do now is finding a way to cure that. And if this developer is able to cure that within this amount of time, then I would be in support of that. I have concerns because I don't believe that they have shown the ability to do that to date. I also have concerns with the schedule that's being proposed. I think that by waiting to 2023 to submit for final plan approval, I think you're backloading the schedule and you're putting yourself in a situation where it will be impossible to complete, because the timing that's going to take to get plan approval will be months. And then after that, the timing to get the building permit, especially for a structure of this size, the way that things are going now with the county, a simple home takes about a year to get a building permit. So at that point, you've put yourself in a situation where you want to start and finish construction of a 46-unit timeshare in less than a year, which I personally don't believe is feasible. So to me, if we're going to make a meaningful effort to cure this area of the derelict structure and complete something, we need to have a much stricter timeline whereby plan approval will be applied for within a year, which I think is reasonable given the commitment in the letter that the building will be consistent with the 2017 plan approval. So if we can commit as a condition that plan approval will be applied for in 1 year, and within 1 year of securing plan approval, or even less, maybe 6 months within securing plan approval, building permits will be submitted for, and then construction will be commenced within 1 year of receiving the building permits. And if any one of those conditions is not met, I would recommend that the permit be revoked. So if you do not apply for final plan approval within 1 year, the permit is revoked and over. If within 6 months of receiving plan approval, you do not submit for final building permit, permit is revoked and over. If within 1 year or less of receiving the building permit, if you don't commence construction, SMA permit is revoked and over. Is that something that you guys can commit to on behalf of the developer?
I can't, like, Mr. Reducing, I can't necessarily commit to that, but, you know, from my perspective, like a couple of things. I think, first of all, I kind of indicated that, you know, like, you know, the letter that you saw that was provided by the attorney's office was basically saying that they'll have the plan approval no later than 2023. But if you listen to what I initially articulated, I would say that the hope is to secure final plan approval by the end of 2021 or the first quarter of 2022. And then the building permit to be secured by the end of 2022, but no later than, you know, 2023. I hear what you're saying. You know, there should be a little bit more specific timetable relative to the process. You know, I would think that that's kind of like reasonable. What needs to be more specifically addressed, however, is like the timetable between what you're suggesting between final plan approval and submittal of a building permit. 6-month window is absolutely too short.
Okay, what do you feel about a year between final plan approval and submitting for building permits? I feel as though a year should be plenty of time to get the design together.
Well, as far as like, you know, like completing the value engineering and coming up with the plans for plan approval, you know, by the end of next year or the first quarter of 2022, from my personal observation in dealing with other projects, I would say that that's kind of like a reasonable ask. If you kind of like roll back the clock now, you know, if you have like the deadline of December 2025 to have the building completed, and Mr. Newberg knows very well from the construction standpoint approximately how long, you know, when do you have to begin? And I agree with you. You can't begin in January of 2025 and expect it to be completed in 12 months thereafter. So probably you would then, you know, roll it back to say, you know, construction to begin maybe no later than maybe mid-2024. It can begin earlier, but definitely no later than that. I mean, like, if it's more like, how do you break it up within that 5-year window to, you know, make it, you know, to provide realistic milestones, realistic and achievable milestones.
And to me, that's why having the developer here is entirely material to the discussion, because they're the ones who are going to be selecting the contractor, selecting the architect, determining the duration of time for design and all that. And with respect to you, you know, Mr. Fuki, and to the attorneys, you know, you guys are, that's not your area of expertise with this development.
Well,
can I just make a, sorry, Sid, can I just make a general comment? You know, I think, and I mentioned this in the last hearing, everybody wants this thing to get built, right? I mean, that's the goal. We all have the same goal. And I want to be able to do what we need to do to set the developer up for success. As we've all seen, sometimes there are delays. I wanted to get this thing through in the beginning of 2019. I couldn't get a hold of Shifty for 11 months and needed to, have Jeff and Jessica help me. That was totally out of our control. And that happens, anybody who does development, that happens very consistently. So I suspect that's why this is backloaded, because you have to be able to anticipate delays. If we don't allow for that sort of buffer, so then it's revoked, then we have to come back, and then the building sits here, like this a lot longer. It's just the reality. People hate that excuse. It's an excuse, but it's the reality. So I just wanted to offer that. You're right, I'm not an expert in this. I defer to Sid in terms of timing, but I do think whatever comes out of today should set this project up for success.
I believe that this project has been given 20 years in which it could have succeeded. And so in order to move forward, it needs to be on an extremely short leash with conditions met in certain periods of time. And if that can't be done, then once and for all, we will know that this developer cannot do it, and they'll have to get off the pot.
So, thank you. Is there any reason, Evan, Kim, or Sid, that this gentleman that's watching online, is there any reason that he can't join us? I think the commissioners would like to have the developer present. Is that possible? We can take a 15-minute break and have him join in the call?
Kim, I'll defer to Kim.
I can ask. I mean, I know you know how it is with Zoom, you're monitoring things while doing other things, but I can make that ask. Can we take a break, I guess?
The commission has been asking for that for a bit, so maybe we'll take a little break and you can find out whether that's possible. Would that work?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. It's 10:57. Let's come back in 5 minutes and then we'll see where we go from there. Thank you.
Yancy,
Yes.
just so you know, your microphone is not muted, just so you know.
Rochelle, are you handy?
No, she's asking for.
Hi, Nancy, this is Rochelle.
Hi. Did you see my private message to you?
Yo, Jeff, did you wanna? I was just gonna say that.
Sorry, no, I didn't, but I did reach out and haven't heard anything back
Okay,
from the consultant.
thank you.
Can you figure out in between whatever happened? There's your answer.
Hello? Oh. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, who is that speaking?
Mark Grandparents.
With somebody else, Mark. You should be muted right now, I think.
This is
Noriko, do you have the laptop in there?
Yeah, Noriko, can you mute, please?
You might need to move that laptop out if it's still on.
So who was saying hello, can you hear me?
Oh, it was Noriko and.
Oh, okay, okay, got it. Didn't sound like her.
How's this now? Can you hear me?
Yes, Noriko, thank you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
No, I guess this doesn't work. So I think we have to just.
Noriko's, well, we can hear you, you can't hear us.
I can't
All
hear.
right. Are you back, Perry?
Yes, I am.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Awesome. And are you good, Noriko?
I think so, yes. Can you hear
Okay.
us?
I can hear you fine. I don't see you anymore, but that's okay if we're gonna do, if we can hear you, that's good. Can you hear us?
There you go.
Thank
How's
you.
that? Yeah,
Perfect.
sure.
All right. Are you good, Rochelle?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. It's 11:12. All right. Can the applicant share with us if you've learned anything new about the developer joining us?
Sure. We had like Ms. Yoshimoto and I had a conversation with Larry Olek. Larry Olek is the senior vice president of development based in Florida, and he was watching, like through YouTube the whole operation, and he had to leave because he had a 11 o'clock, our time, 11 o'clock commitment. But he said that he was agreeable to having a specific breakdown in terms of timetable, and he essentially deferred it to us in terms of like trying to establish what would be those major benchmarks. He's sensitive to wanting to, like make sure that the concerns are properly addressed, especially, what Commissioner Bitusek mentioned about, the unsightly condition and so on and so forth. So long story being short, he asked us to say, go ahead and you have my blessing to have the specific construction, permitting window, but he will just kind of defer to us. So after we hung up, then we talked about the different scenarios. And based on my experience with permits, I would kind of like recommend a condition along these lines then, that plan approval be submitted no later than March 30th of 2022, which essentially from this point in time give you like 1 year and a quarter to a window within which to complete your value engineering and do all of your necessary design. Plan approval normally from the time of submittal, takes you like about maximum maybe 60 days to get approval. Then, so if you assume like March, April, May, to get plan approval, then you get authorization to start your, with your building permit plans. Then to say that the building permit shall be submitted no later than June 30th of 2023. And the starting of construction to begin no later than June 30th, 2024. So essentially, if you look at that window, then that gives you like a 1 year window from the time the building permit is applied for and hopefully secured. But obviously, I would think that it would be kind of like an earlier period than that, but this is kind of like a no later than. So it becomes very clear in terms of the enforcement capability, whether you have or have not submitted. So, given that kind of like construction timetable window, Mr. Olek said, just go ahead and he'll accept a condition along those lines. Now, he knows that obviously you already have a condition that the project has to be completed by, like the approval of this SMA extension. So, which if today would be like December 18th or 16th of 2025. That's the deadline construction window.
Thank you, Sid. Mike, did you want to respond to the adjusted times?
Sure, just so that I understand it, we are looking at March 2020 being the deadline for resubmitting the plan approval.
March 2022.
2022, sorry, yes. Yeah, March 2020 is over and gone. So March 2022, that seems like a long time given that they've already stated that they're going to be going with the similar plan approval as what's been presented in 2017.
The only thing, to which I would say is that, they haven't really like, incorporated the value engineering aspects into the design. So, like they kind of like worked a little bit or hold it backwards, in the sense that they did the design and then they got the plan approval and then they started to do the value engineering to see like whether, it becomes, like workable. And that's when the hands were thrown up and said, no, it's not workable. So this is why now they're doing the value engineering and using the value engineering as a basis to come up with the plan approval.
Okay, and so they're thinking that that's going to save them time on the design of the actual construction plans?
I'm just kind of like providing a little bit more leeway, but you know, if you're very aggressive, probably it would be, you know, and if I were the developer, I would want to like kind of fast track it much more than kind of like waiting until the last minute. Because if the market is hot and, you know, you have all of the thing out there, you know, you just as soon and build it. Because otherwise you just have vacant property, you're paying real property taxes on it, that's generating no revenue.
Yeah. So basically, with the schedule that you just told us, they're going to be ready to commence construction in June of 2024. Is that right?
Start no later than June 30th of 2024, because again, just working backwards is probably like a, you know, like 12 to 18 month construction window.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's giving them 17 months to complete construction.
Yeah.
That, I mean, that's going to be really tight with a project of this size. You know, I feel like if we can condense it on the front end a little bit, that would make me feel a lot better. The idea being that once they get substantially moving and going, I think that there should be a little more leeway. You know, if it's partially completed, I don't see us pulling the plug on it, wanting to pull the plug on it and making a derelict structure grow to being a bigger derelict structure. So I would want to have a little more leeway in completion of the construction and a little less leeway in planning and the amount of time it would take, so that if we can't meet those upfront deadlines, we can finally move forward.
Okay.
And I do want to take this opportunity to also discuss alternatives for how we can move forward in the event that we don't make compliance with any schedules, or if we determine at this meeting that it's been long enough. I want to ask if the county has considered a similar condemnation proceedings as was done on Honnold's Beach Park, where there was a existing SMA that dragged out too long and had tremendous community opposition, and the county ended up condemning that, acquiring that for use. There's currently not a good parking situation for Honnold's Beach Park, and this seems like it'd be an ideal location to serve Honnold's Beach Park as well as the Kailua Village area. So I just want to see if there's been any analysis or discussions about the county condemning this property for public use.
Jeff, you'd like to weigh in? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Carr-Smith. Aloha, Chairman and members of the Planning Commission. In response to Commissioner Vatusek's question, I am not aware of any, action or even consideration of this particular property being, thought of as being used for a parking lot or for a condemnation action. Normally, when the county addresses or looks at a condemnation, there's usually a nexus of a public use that it's benefiting, and a majority of times that use may already be in effect, such as an existing public access that has been closed by a private owner, or if there's a particular segment of a roadway that the county's looking at it, that it needs for connectivity, and it's been identified in long-range plans, and there's a particular property that it needs to be able to fulfill that connection, they'll consider a condemnation action. In this particular case, this would be very difficult because there is quite a large existing structure there that would have to first be removed, which would cost quite an exorbitant amount of money. and then to be able to improve the lot as a parking lot. I wouldn't say that it's impossible, but I would say that it would be highly unlikely that they would consider that, especially having to go through a condemnation action when the applicant is ready to proceed with constructing this particular project.
Right, and the question is just about planning for contingencies in case the applicant continues to be unable to carry out the commitments. And it's been identified by the surrounding neighbors as a health and safety issue, which is a nexus for condemnation, and is a similar situation as occurred less than a couple hundred yards away with the Honnols. So for me, again, ideal world, this developer is able to pull it together and complete this project in the amount of time that we will allot them to do. If they can't, which they've given us every indication that they can't, I think we need to be ready with an alternative so that we're not stuck with this derelict structure for another 20 years. That's why I recommend that the county would consider this. I'm not recommending that they move forward with it in any way at all, but just that it be considered as an alternative going forward.
Thank you, Mike. Jeff, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Carr-Smith. So what we can do is make contact with the Department of Public Works as well as the Department of Parks and Recreation, because this would involve both of actions through their department. I do recall the Sobey case and the whole action there. Whenever that does occur, it's not as if the county gets this for free. They do have to pay for that. And again, this comes with quite a large existing structure that may or may not be used in that use of a parking lot. But we will reach out to them and get their thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Go ahead, Sid. Can't hear you, Sid.
Okay, I'm sorry.
There you go.
I'm muting. Yeah, like in response to Commissioner Vitusik's question, I think two things. One is like, on the straight condemnation issue, it doesn't preclude like the public or whomever, government agency, to make a request of the Public Access Open, the PASH, Open Space Access Commission, and see if this can be on their list. And, that's a long process. And if at some point in time, wherever the developer is, relative to its development plans, if the commission decides that this property should be acquired for the public good, for open space, whatever have you, then they'll go ahead and, do the appropriate condemnation process and eventually acquire the property. The other point about like, in terms of your timetable, as you're speaking, then I kind of like adjusted the dates. I think that, and especially since Mr. Olek has given us the liberty to kind of make any internal adjustments as we feel like that's reasonable. And I think what now, hearing your comments, I think what could be reasonable would be to have like plan approval no later than January 30th of 2022, as opposed to March, and building permits submitted no later than January 30th of 2023, as opposed to June. And so if you assume like a 1-year review approval process of the building permit in 2020 and 2023, then you can start construction no later than January 30th of 2024, essentially giving you almost like 2 years for the construction period.
Sounds good. Thank you, Sid. Thanks for that clarification. Barbara, go ahead.
Anyway, I Thank you, Mike, Mr. Patusik, for all of your input. I agree with you, and I agree with Sid that we have to find something that is actually achievable. And when I read the timeline, I didn't think the timeline that they offered us was real. So I like that we're adjusting this timeline so that we could make this project work. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Go ahead, Mark.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Fuki, is the developer willing to commit to an immediate building of a inexpensive temporary asphalt sidewalk on Kakai and Ali'i to alleviate the increased pedestrian traffic there?
As I mentioned earlier, like, I again, it's unfortunate Mr. Olak is not here, but, I'm not at liberty, or neither is, I think, Ms. Yoshimoto or Mr. Owe can make that commitment on behalf of Mr. Olak, the developer. He has that condition, condition number 4, specifically calling for improvements to both Kahakai and Ali Drive, curb gutter, sidewalk, the whole 9 yards. Whether you want to make, have that prematurely constructed, I would recommend no, largely because as you do the construction, then, you're going to destroy all whatever you constructed previously. So that would be my recommendation to the developer.
Mr. Fuki, I'm talking about a temporary, inexpensive asphalt sidewalk, not condition number 4.
On Kahakai or Ali Drive?
Both.
You mean as it surrounds the property perimeter? Is that what you're talking about, Mark? And you're talking about between now and when they start construction, that would be the benefit?
Immediately is when I would want that done.
I guess my question then is, what is the purpose behind?
Can you answer my question first?
Well, Mark, let him speak.
I think I mentioned earlier that I cannot make that commitment, because, we are not authorized to do that. I mentioned also that if that were like a request, then it's something that I would probably not recommend, that the owner accept. Now, alternatively, I've asked, what I wanted to find out was, and maybe the owner might consider it, but the question is the nature of the request. Why is that request being made? Is there a lot of foot traffic in that area that's being created by the project, or that was existing condition that the developer has create this kind of safety hazards?
Mark, would you like to respond? You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
In response to your question, let me say that the developer has done nothing for the public for 23 years and now asks for another 5 years. The public walks in front of this project, both tourists walking into town and locals walking out to the beach. And it's a liability issue for the county because there's no safe walkway there. They can't walk on the other side of the road because of existing walls and lack of setbacks. So this is a small contribution to the public where the developer has done nothing for 23 years. And I think you'd know that if you didn't live in Hilo and were familiar with California. And I note that the developer has not produced a single person or entity to testify in favor of this project, while there is lots and lots of public testimony universally against it. So that's answering your question. Yes, there's a problem there. And that's why condition 4 was included. And I'm just asking for a temporary inexpensive asphalt driveway that can easily be destroyed when construction starts. And
okay, Commissioner Van Pernis, I think I have a better understanding. I would like to only suggest that, we're already proposing a condition that the developer submit a site maintenance program to address the homelessness, the litter, the graffiti, so on and so forth. And if it ties in, if the need to get a good maintenance program, security and otherwise, if that program calls for making that interim improvements, then so be it. It's something that's got to be reviewed by the owner and eventually vetted and accepted by the county.
Thank you,
so
sir.
the answer is no, you're not willing to commit now.
Yeah, I cannot make that commitment on now. On the other hand, if that is if the condition that we're proposing about the applicant coming forth with a site maintenance program to address the homelessness, security, so on and so forth, if one of the mitigations that's accepted or that's required by the county planning department in its review of the applicant's site maintenance program calls for the interim improvements, then that is the thing that they have to do.
Well, you're asking this planning commission for certain things right now, but you're not willing to commit to give the public any benefit right now. Is that right?
All I'm saying is that, neither, Ms. Yoshimoto nor myself can make that commitment for the owner. As far as making that interim sidewalk improvements, we're not saying, however, that cannot be part and parcel of the eventual site maintenance program that gets reviewed and vetted by the county planning department.
I'm talking about separate from that maintenance program. So let me ask.
Well, because it's tied in, the maintenance program is tied into security and safety.
Well, the homelessness problem is not going away. It's not going away at this location, and it's an expense on the county and us, the taxpayers, on public. Let me ask you, what in 23 years has the developer or his predecessor done for the public of Kona other than create a useless concrete monstrosity which deprecates the value of cattle Kona?
Okay, thank you, Mark. Not very productive, but let's move forward. I wanted to ask the applicant, is there any reason why you cannot provide that site maintenance plan with the security, the contact within 30 days? I mean, why does it take 90 days to provide that to the planning department?
Just giving the applicant maximum time to prepare, given the holidays. But on the other hand, it's a concept. If the commission, earlier, relating to the discussion as far as the specific construction timetable, if that has to be adjusted, then I've kind of came back in and made some suggested changes to that construction timetable. If the commission wants to, decrease the amount of time required to submit that maintenance program from 90 to 60 or to 90 to 30 days, then if that's the terms, then that's the term.
Okay, thank you. Max, did you have something?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to clarify for the record my earlier request to the owner's representatives. Ms. Yoshimoto mentioned union labor was not at all my request. Just wanted to note again, one to clean the record, that neither was that stated nor my request, and also implore to the attorneys, Sid Fuke, and also the owner of Diamonds Resorts, that we realize these are difficult times for hoteliers, resorts, and also our community here. While all areas, all countries have been decimated by this pandemic, our workers aren't able, and when I say our, I mean the residents here of the state of Hawaii, aren't able to travel anywhere to work. And I would just implore a resort and hotelier of the nature and magnitude of Diamond Resorts to consider that when we look at all these projects, we truly want it to fit within our community. And the reason I make that request of an international resort, which seems to have properties on every continent, also a cruise service membership, and they are well heeled, that we're dealing with someone coming into our community. We are hopeful that you are committed to building this site. And for that reason, we want it to move forward. But to clearly state that you cannot commit to using workers within the state of Hawaii is troublesome. And it's also troublesome to not be able to have Larry Ulrich here. And it's also troublesome to keep hearing, I cannot commit to that, and we'll have to speak with the owners. So I just wanted to clear the record and make that statement. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Max. Go ahead, Kim.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, for those comments. I appreciate them. To be clear, I wasn't saying we can't commit to local workers. I think that is the full intention. It was just that, you know, we can't commit right now to use union labor as part of this conversation. So I guess I thought that perhaps that was the request. I'd like to say that we do use local workers and union labor on other, or Diamond does anyway, on their other projects on Oahu and elsewhere. So, but thank you for your comments.
Thank you for that, Mrs. Yoshimoto. And to be clear, I would never request a union labor be used. Thank you.
All right, Perry, did you have any questions?
No, I think I have comments when we close testimony, but
Sure. Go for it.
you know, so I share the same theme as everyone else. You know, 20 years is a long time, and this is a reoccurring theme. It's not just this developer, but it seems to be everyone that comes before us over the last few years. It's all properties that have been acquired and sat for 20 or 30 years, and now they're coming in for extensions. I feel the most important thing is if we can add some language that if it's not completed in this next 5-year extension, that no further extensions will be granted. To just make it clear that it's either, you know, get it done or get out. You know, a lot changes. 25 years is a lifetime, you know, is a generation. And we just can't keep extending because too much changes over that period of time. And I think the best way to resolve the community issues with homelessness, you know, homelessness is not a property issue, it's a community issue, but this being the weakest link at the time, getting this project moving forward is the best way to resolve it from the area.
Is that everything, Perry? Okay, thank you for your comments. Go ahead, Kim.
Thank you, Commissioner Kiloha. I think that's totally reasonable, and we would be amenable to it.
Mike, go ahead.
I just want to say that I agree with Commissioner Kealoha, and that, again, I don't think that our condition should be specific to the 5-year completion. I think that it should be to each phase of completion, where if they don't make the first phase, it's done, and we're moving forward already. If they don't make application for building permit, then it's done and it's over. The one caveat that I would have on where an extension could be allowed is after substantial completion of the project. If they are over 50% or something completed on the project by the deadline, I think they should come back for the opportunity to have an extension to finish construction of the project and not leave a partially constructed project. So to me, that is the only time where I think the possibility of extending beyond the 5 years is reasonable, is after substantial completion, where they need time to finish construction. Do you agree with that, Commissioner Kealoha?
Again, I agree with the spirit of the request. I'm less concerned about the details as the intention.
Yeah.
I feel like we've seen too many people come before us who kind of just sat on things. You know, on the other hand, if this doesn't go through, that eyesore is going to remain indefinitely, and the issues around that half-built property will remain indefinitely. So I hear a lot of comments about, well, let's just end this now. Well, there's no fix. This is going to stay, you know, the current state will be the state for the foreseeable future.
Right, and which is why I believe that the county needs to look into the alternative of condemnation based on health and safety concerns for public use
Excuse me.
as that alternative.
Malia Hall, if we're going to move into discussion, I think we need a motion, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Malia.
That's what I was waiting on. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Van Pernis?
Question of the attorneys. What standing does the applicant have? Can we even go forward if the applicant does not exist legally as public testifiers have indicated? What can you tell us about that?
I don't think that the testifier said that the applicant doesn't exist legally. There's no way that this company could have acquired the property if they didn't exist legally. He was referencing something in Nevada, which I don't have any information on. It's news to me.
The public testifier said that the LLC, which is the applicant, was dissolved and doesn't exist as of 2011. Therefore, legally, we can act on the application in any manner. Do you agree to defer this matter until we find out whether the applicant exists or has any standing? Because the only evidence we have, the only evidence is that it was dissolved in 2011.
Okay, Mark, thank you. The county has accepted this application that's before us. We are the County Planning Commission, and we're going to act on this agenda item. So it's my understanding that we have 6 conditions before us now. We want to add the whole time frame for approvals and construction. We want to add the site maintenance plan and what else? So I need to be clear, Mike, since you took the lead on that, the timeframes. Sid had offered up a revision. Can you respond to what you think it should be? Go ahead, Mike.
If it's okay with the chair, I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Okay. So before making the motion, I just want to state that I have definitely heard and considered the concerns of the members of the public who testified today and in writing. I agree with them that it's been too long, that the structure is an issue in the community. I personally believe that the fastest way for us to move forward with curing this issue is for the current owner to develop it in compliance with the existing conditions. I think that's what's going to solve the problem fastest. So for that reason, I'll be making a motion to grant the applicant's request for time extension as recommended by the director with the following conditions. In addition to the conditions already imposed, number one is a site maintenance and security program to include an analysis of the construction of temporary sidewalks, to be submitted to the county within 45 days for review and acceptance. And, any other of the language that Sid would like to include in there from the previous motion that I left out can be added in discussion. Number two, that the project follow a timeline where plan approval will be submitted by January of 2022, by the end of January 2022. The building permits will be submitted by the end of January 2023, and that construction will commence will commence after January 2024. Will commence prior to January 2024.
On or before.
If any of these conditions are not met, the permit will be rescinded. So following the completion of the project will be December of 2025. Now, the only opportunity, I think it should be included, the only opportunity for time extension would be for after the project has been commenced and construction is, what would we say, 50% completed? And then if in the case that construction has commenced and 50% completed, then the project can apply for an additional time extension after that, but they'd have to come back to the Planning Commission to explain.
All right, that's a motion.
So again, my words may not be the exact condition applied into the regulation. I hope that it can be summarized a little better than I can do off the top of my head when they have the time. But if the intent of that can be captured as a condition, then I would support moving forward with Diamond Resorts International completing the project as requested.
Thank you. Is there a second? Would any commissioner like to make a second to that motion?
I'd like to make a comment.
Okay, all right. Ms. Van Pernis has the second.
No,
All right.
I did not second it. I said I'd like to make a comment.
Okay, well, I'm looking for a second, so I'm not looking for comments at this point. Max?
I'd like to second that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right. Any additional discussion to refine any of this?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Sid, go ahead.
As Commissioner Vituse was talking, and even prior to that, I kind of got the gist as far as like what the intentions were, what his intent was, and I'd like to just provide a language, along those lines, not so much as it relates to the site maintenance program, but the schedule. So if you look at condition 2, condition 2 says that construction of the proposed development shall be completed within 5 years from the effective date of this third amendment. Then if you can just kind of continue to say that accordance with the following, shall be completed within 5 years from the effective date of this third amendment. And now the new portion would be in accordance with the following schedule. Plan approval submitted no later than January 30th, 2022. Building permit submitted no later than January 30th, 2023. Begin construction no later than January 30, 2024. And then period. Failure to comply with this timetable shall result in the automatic nullity of this permit, except that if the project is substantially constructed but not completed, it may be extended by the Leeward Planning Commission. I would suggest leaving substantial to the discretion of the commission rather than 50% or any numerical, because it's kind of hard to determine. But if you can see, any reasonable person would say like, yeah, you're pretty much done already, so rather than saying 50% or whatever, because they can say like, well, you never finished inside and all that, so you don't want to get involved in that. So leave it to the discretion of the commission.
I'll just say that I believe that captures the intent, so I'm okay with that.
Sid, what is your definition of substantially complete? Just generally speaking.
I mean, you see the construction workers all out there, and you have the framing and all of the walls and everything else like all done, and maybe the only thing that remains would be essentially like having all of the interiors kind of completed, the furnishing and the soft things. I think like it's like when you build a house. When you build a house, you have the house all kind of like completed. I mean, like the basic frame and all the thing is in, but it'll take you a long time to put in the cabinets and all that stuff. Sometimes half as long as like the whatever you got. And so I think to use those kind of like like lenses to determine substantial.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Do you mind muting?
Can I chime in?
Jessica, sure.
I don't know if it wants to be, if you want to consider in the assessment of substantial completion, tying it to inspections, construction inspections that are done through the course of the construction process. There's framing inspection, there's foundation inspection. So I don't know if that would be an inclination.
Did you have a suggestion?
I mean, foundation inspection is, well, that's been done actually. So maybe framing or framing inspection would be one step to tie it to.
That's not substantial enough, in my opinion.
Yeah, that, I mean, there's certainly between there's framing inspection and final inspection, there's actually a series of, electrical and plumbing inspections. So.
Okay, all right. So what Sid has recommended is that we add that language to item number 2, condition number 2, correct?
Yeah, and I think that the point about having framing inspection be the cutoff for that 2025 date is reasonable. I think that the developer can get behind that, and I think that's reasonable and definitive, where after framing inspection, if they still have more finish work to do, then perhaps they can have a time extension to do that. But without framing, that'll hold them to it. Although, we do want to be careful and not make a big problem into a bigger problem. But I think, I don't know, I'm inclined to leave it to the discretion of the commission and indicate that, substantial completion, and if they can look at it, and if the developer can come in and convince the commission that they are doing what they said they're going to do, and it's definitive proof that there's people working on the project, to me that would be good enough, that they're working to finishing it. So I think perhaps leaving it as substantial completion should be good enough, as Mr. Fuki suggested.
I'm fine with substantial as well. I just wondered, I was curious as to what his idea, what that meant. Mr. Van Pernis.
Two things. First, substantial completion legally could mean it's already got substantial completion because the foundation is in. We need to have specific language, not the word substantial completion, because that allows the developer, Mr. Fuki, whoever speaks at the next planning commission meeting, to say there is substantial completion. I would say we need to be specific. The roof has to be on and the framing has to be done. Can you imagine a framing without a roof and abandoned at that time? That's the first issue. The second issue is, with all due respect to the chairman, the submission of the application by a non-existent entity invites litigation to cancel this permit, either by Court Reef or someone else. And I think that it's incumbent upon the applicant to prove it exists. Let me give you an analogy. Let's say an individual files an application before this commission and then he dies. The application becomes moot. And the fact that the planning department accepted this, well, accepted is a strange word, but accepted this application, but as it's testified today, did not look into at all.
Okay, Mark, I feel like we're being repetitive here. We've already talked about this and we've moved past this.
Well, we have.
So we're working on the.
I think that
Mark,
we have to consider
Mark,
that this application is totally
Noriko, can you mute him, please? Thank you. Malia, go ahead.
So just for clarification, we're using two different terms right now. Are we talking about substantial commencement or because that's different to substantial completion? So I just want to make sure you guys at least get that wording right in your intention of your condition. And also to the testifier, the word was that they weren't active. They didn't use the word dissolved. So if we have questions about whether what they were testifying to, the word was they weren't listed as active at the time, but there was no discussion of the corporation being dissolved.
Thank you for the clarification. Mike, go ahead.
And I believe that the application lists DPM Acquisition, DBA Diamond Resorts International, and there's plenty of information on the interweb about Diamond Resorts International being an active developer. So I'm not a corporate lawyer. I don't know that, but if the doing business as Diamond Resorts International covers the entity LLC that doesn't have their annual filing completed, I think that should pretty much justify their with the project, and I think that we can move forward. Going back to the completion issue, commencement is I don't want to tie to commencement. I don't want to have the start of commencement be the end. I think we have to figure out language that everybody's comfortable with, including the developer, saying that the project is moving forward to a point where we all agree that it will be completed. And if that language is too vague, and if we need to with framing inspection, that is what I think we need to figure out right now. I don't know, is it possible to poll on who would prefer to have it be substantial completion and who would rather have it as framing inspection?
Yeah, okay, so commissioners, which of you likes substantial completion versus a specific time frame? I'm kind of like this.
Is there a recommendation from our attorney on which would be a better term to use?
Leah?
Could you
Sid, could you please read the last part? Because you basically said that it was substantial commencement, the last portion, substantial commencement with.
Go ahead, Sid.
Sure. Okay. So it would be except that if the project is substantially constructed but not completed, it may be extended by the LPC. The reason why I kind of prefer the substantial portion is that, you already have on the record based on today, how do you, intuitively define substantial? So if there's any question by, the commissioners back in 2025, for example, when this comes up or the planning staff to determine, what is substantial or not, I would go back to the record to see what was the intent. And I think the basic intent is that you're at a stage where there's a point of no return. but it's just not going to, I just cannot finish it by December of 2025, but you know that it's going to be completed imminently. So I think it's like, how do you codify common sense?
Yep.
I mean, and so I would just say, leave it as substantial and go back to the record.
And it's substantial construction is the language instead of
Correct.
substantial completion versus commencement. And I'm okay with that language.
Are you okay with that language, Malia?
Yeah, that's actually what I was trying to capture was because, when you say completion, that means a project is done. You know what I mean? It's the CO was issued and stuff like that. So I think that's the part where I was just getting a little confused on how, but I think substantial is definitely the better of the two terms. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Commissioners, everybody good? Substantial construction? Okay. All right, good. So that's being added to condition number 2, along with the rescind languages, right? So, Mike, on your motion,
Yep.
we were adding the timeframes for the site maintenance was an additional condition, is that right?
Yes, that would be the condition 3 that was presented, but it would be, it said if you want to take a stab at rewording my effort into, capturing the intent of what's being offered, but shortening to 45 days and allowing for a consideration of the sidewalks requested by Commissioner Van Pernis into the plan that will be submitted to the county.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Sid, I'm sorry.
I'm kind of like trying to work on that. Perhaps like maybe you can answer. Commissioner Van Pernis has some comments to make. So.
Okay, while you do that, sure.
Yeah.
Mr. Van Pernis, do you have a question?
Why not include the roof along with the framing?
We're not being specific to anything.
There wasn't I didn't see any vote taken on language. I would like to see a roof as well as framing. And Ms. Vitusek, with all due respect, is not correct that the applicant is Zen Resorts. That's a trade name. It's a name only. The applicant is DPM Acquisition LLC. Doing business as merely a trade name. I think that if we're going to go forward with this, we need to have a condition that the planning department or planning director will determine whether or not the applicant exists at this before the
Mike, can you mute, please?
Before the this vote is effective.
Okay. All right, Mark.
Both the lawyer and the county don't know, and whether they were existing at the time of initial filing is not important. The question is do they exist now when we're going to vote?
Okay, I think the question has been asked and the answer was already given, so we're not going to talk about that anymore. Mike.
Well, I mean, to me, I don't think it's harmful to include a condition that the applicant verify that their business is in good standing, or with up to, Hawaii, we have business registration requirements, annual business registration requirements. I don't know if that's a normal thing or what, but if that's the condition that's being proposed by Commissioner Van Pernis, that the business to be in good standing, then that's not a harmful thing to include as a condition.
Jeff Dara, are you available?
I'm here, Madam Chair. Zendo.
Okay, go ahead, Zendo.
Who's
So
that?
typically, the planning, property taxes are paid. We get a tax clearance certificate, which shows that there are.
Aloha.
Hi, Jeff.
Hold on.
I would caution us to do that because what I'm seeing here is there's hearsay from a testifier that hasn't been substantiated that would then be moving into a condition that would put us in a pretty funky place. Because that, I think, very reputable, Sydney attorneys, it would be pretty poor business practice for the landowner to have an issue with their entity. If they do, that would be on them. So I would caution us on that side of it. We do look at it on our end, and they have to provide the officers, directors, etc. Jeff, you can fill in any more on that.
Thank you, Zendo. Go ahead, Jeff.
I agree that I don't think this is an area that the planning department should be getting into and monitoring.
Nor should the planning commission.
Correct.
Thank you. We're not going to talk about it anymore, Mark. Go ahead, Max. Go ahead,
Thank you,
Max.
madam. I don't know if
Mark,
Barbara was ahead of me or not.
Well, Mr. Kern
It's
is
okay.
not correct. Mr.
Noriko, can you
Kern
mute
is-
him, please? Thank you. Go ahead, Max.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if I was ahead of Barbara or not. I just wanted to add clarity. I know we're trying to make a clean proposed motion here, and I know in discussion it was mentioned that this would be the last SMA approval on this property, but I'm not sure if it was included in the motion by Mr. Vitusic. Just want to add that, and if there was clarity on that.
Okay, good.
Yeah, if I can add to that, Commissioner, it would read like, failure to comply with this timetable shall result in the automatic nullity of this permit. That means if you don't meet the timetable, you're out. The only exception is if you're kind of like close to finishing, then you're substantially constructed but not completed, then you still need to have a extension by the Planning Commission. And substantial would be pretty much as generally defined by like this dialogue today.
Thank you very much. Barbara?
Hi, yeah, my question is along those lines too, just to be clear. So let's say that we go along and they haven't met the timeline, so it becomes nullified. Going back to some of Mr. Petuzik's comments. So it's nullified and there's this big cement slab there. Are they responsible to remove anything that they've done if it doesn't happen? What happens then? Is there a way to tie that to their non-completion? Is the responsibility of giving it back to the county in some usable form? That's my question.
Thank you, Barbara. Who wants to answer that? Go ahead, Sid.
I would think that, I would think that, if they haven't really started and, for example, they fail to submit plans for plan approval by whatever the date was, like if they fail to submit plans, for plan approval, then the permit, if it gets approved today, is automatically nullified. And there's really like no incentive for the developer to do anything but just leave the property as it is. So I would think that ideally you would hope like the developer has the wherewithal and the desire to complete the project within that schedule. And having it completed within that schedule would mean like a lot of the issues that were raised today would actually go away. If any of the permits get nullified, then there's really like no incentive for the developer to do anything other than just leaving it as it is. The alternative option, I think, is what Commissioner Vitusic raised about like, well, perhaps the government should condemn and buy it. Then I would recommend under that basis, if there's a strong penchant for wanting to have this property become public, then use the PASH route, public access open space, and petition the county and the commission to put this on the list of possible acquisition. So even if the project is like midway through it and then the commission, decides to put it on their acquisition list and the county council agrees to acquire the property, then the property gets acquired.
So the concern is if they do not substantially construct and they end up walking away from the property, who's responsible for the mess? So does anyone want to weigh in on maybe their experience? Have you ever had that happen before where you had to add a condition that made them responsible for taking the property back? Go ahead, Jeff. Jeff, go ahead. Thanks.
Can you folks hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. The only similar situation that I recall that can be applied is that there be some sort of violation issued, and there's a time frame that's given to clean up a particular situation. If they don't comply within a timely manner, fines begin accruing, and then it's actually deferred to our corporation counsel, who then takes it to court. And the end result is there could be a possible lien on the property until that's resolved. Then there could be a judgment from a judge where they order that property be cleaned up, and as part of that, again, the money goes. It's put a lien is put on the property, and that's part of the when that property is sold or changed ownership, that's resolved through that process. But it can be a long, drawn out, difficult process.
Go ahead, Barbara. Thanks, Jeff.
So there's no time where at this point when we are, making this motion and these concessions that we tied to it that if they didn't meet their benchmarks, they would be responsible to clean up their mess? No, you don't ever do that? It's a question. I don't know.
Go ahead, Jeff. You're muted, Jeff. Jeff, you're muted. Thank
you. The one permit that we normally do have a kind of a cleanup condition is in our quarry permits. And in that is that when the quarry operations are done, they have to submit a plan of how they're going to, it's kind of like a plan that they restore the land into a somewhat safe type of resolution. They have to clean up the area, make sure that any areas of unsafety are taken care of. I mean, I don't want to suggest that for this particular application, but the Planning Commission has utilized those types of conditions in the quarry permits. Other than that, I don't recall of any type of Planning Commission permit where if it's not constructed in a particular time, you have to clean it up and tear it down.
And just for my recollection, Jeff, this property has not had any violations put against it. Is that what is constructed there sat there all these years? No?
Not to our knowledge.
Okay.
I mean, there may have been complaints to other agencies, but we're not aware of any for the planning department.
Okay, thank you. Mike?
Thank you.
The question for our attorney, is there legal precedent? Is it legal for us to request as a condition that if, for whatever reason, the condition of timing is not met, that the improvements be abated? And any public health and safety requirements be abated at the time? Is that legal for us to ask?
Is it legal for you to ask? I would say that you can ask, but I don't think it's legal for you guys to condition it in the sense that the landowner is has the right to, you know, do with their property as they see fit within the confines of the permit. So after the permit is removed, then your jurisdiction basically is removed, right? So yeah, I think that you'd be going beyond your jurisdiction to enforce them to do something to the property after the permit is nullified.
Thank you, Malu.
Madam Chair, to which I would like to just kind of add to that.
Go ahead, Sid.
And it specifically, like, you know, the situation that Jeff had mentioned, you know, in the quarry, in that situation, the permit has already been exercised. They've used the permit. And so this is a condition of the permit. Now, in this situation here, even if you have a condition that they remediate the property, if they do not utilize the permit, then what is your enforcement ability? You know, your enforcement ability is only insofar as the developer implementing or utilizing the permit. So my only thought is like, it's like a situation where you might have a neighbor having like a yard with you know, full of junks or whatever have you, then, you know, may create like a health hazard. Then there may be other regulations that govern that to force the landowner to do the remediation, whether it's the removal of the junks or whatever have you. But I don't think the appropriate tool, you know, especially if the permit is not being exercised, you know, you can kind of tie it in to that permit.
So perhaps we can trust that other agencies would step in and take care of that. Go ahead, Barbara.
Yeah, thank you for answering my question. I believe the project is going to move forward. I'm trying to do that. I'm just trying to understand exactly what we can ask at this point to make it Pono for the whole community that has sat with it for so long. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. So Sid, you were going to work on that language for the time frame. Did you get to that?
Yes, I have. So it would read, you know, kind of like a modified version of what I had first suggested, but following up on Commissioner Vitusek's comment. So it would read something along these lines. The applicant shall provide a site maintenance program to the planning department within 90 days of, within 45 days of the effective date of this third amendment to address the site's maintenance and security, which shall include an analysis of the need for an interim pedestrian walkway fronting the road frontages of the property, semicolon, implementation timetable, semicolon, and contact information of the responsible person or company. This program shall be enforced until physical construction of the project commences. So in conjunction with the maintenance program, you know, they probably would need to address some of the things that has been raised in terms of what are you going to do? Like, are you going to remove the structure now or later on? You know, they're going to have those kind of timetable, you know, kind of articulated.
So that didn't include security at all?
No, because the maintenance program is designed to address the site's maintenance and security.
Okay, I would feel better if it said that.
Yeah, so it reads, if I, you know, Madam Chair, it would say like within 45 days of the effective date of this third amendment to address the site's maintenance and security, which shall include the analysis of the roadway, frontages, implementation timetable, and the contact information. At least you'll have, the program has to address 3 items, minimum of 3 items.
Thank you. Mike?
Is it able to include the consultation with surrounding property owners, not in a formal official capacity, but that there will be consultation with, we had a lot of testifiers from the Kona Reef. If you can consult with the Kona Reef Condominium Association in the development, that would be terrific.
I mean, like I personally, I think would be good, you know, because, you know, as neighbors, you want to be good neighbors, and I think it's good to have that kind of reach out. I think that if there's going to be a mandated consultation, however, I would suggest, like, you know, given the holidays and all that stuff, rather than 45 days, give them 2 months, 60 days.
I'm okay with doing 60 days with consultation with the surrounding property owners and including in the condition that there will be language for consultation.
Okay.
That way they can be involved in the process, and instead of having to rush to put together a plan that doesn't serve the needs of the neighbors can be involved in creating a collaborative plan that really addresses their needs. It may maybe take a little longer, but I think they'll get a better product.
Madam Chair?
No, go ahead.
Thank you. Because this will be coming to the department to review, is there clarity on that consultation? Is that
No.
within so many feet, so many people, a notice, so something in that regard, so we kind of know which direction it's supposed to go as it comes in?
It seems like a hard thing to define to me.
So reasonable.
Reasonable, yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't want to make it one of those requirements where everything has to be notified in writing. That's going to take a long, long time. I want them to make a reasonable and good faith effort to consult with the surrounding property owners and interested parties.
Okay, great. And I feel like through this conversation, there's a lot of intent that everyone's on the same page with. So some of the details may not be totally worked out, but I feel like the intent is certainly there. Thank you.
I have a quick.
Go ahead, Kim.
Just a quick question on the consultation, because we're in COVID, so obviously I can't be in person. And I think there are hundreds of owners. So I'm just trying to think through, how is that gonna work? Is it better to put together a written report and submit it to everybody that we submit, these notices to, and ask for written responses? I'm just trying to think through the logistics, because that's a lot of people.
Yeah, it is. And I'm not sure that you should be required to get response.
Yeah, I think a reasonable and good faith effort to consult. I feel like consulting directly with the resort association rather than every individual condominium owner, and give them the opportunity to build consensus. I think that you make the effort. There's a lot of people who have submitted testimony. You can reach out to them via email, see what their concerns are. Obviously, you don't need to do in-person meetings. We don't need to do formal correspondence with everything, but we have a lot of information on who are the concerned parties. We can reach out to them directly and build this plan collaboratively.
And perhaps it's just as simple as giving a report, like you said, Kim, an update as to what will be agreed to here today, and providing them with that information. I don't know that they should be required to ask for consultation from the owners or ask for input. It's just more like, this is what we're going to do. I mean, if you start asking for input from thousands of people, I'm not sure that's going to make it very productive for them. Barbara?
Now that was exactly what I was going to say too. We're in COVID. How would you achieve this? And I think you're right. I think it's just telling them what's happening. I think that's why we have the commission, so that the input can come from the community and we recognize what it is. But I think to open more discussion might be a frivolous, time-consuming effort. Although I always want to give voice to the people. It isn't from that place that I'm coming and saying this. It's just that we're in a different time right now.
Yeah, and like you said, the commission hearing does provide that opportunity.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Sid.
Yeah, I kind of get the gist, and I think that like a reasonable way to do it is like giving the applicant at least some time to prepare a draft, and then that draft of that mitigation program be sent or emailed to all of those who had commented, on the application and testified, as well as to the various homeowners association, but not individual condo owners. And then that minimizes the number of, contact. And then you give them a certain window in terms of like response time, and we can make adjustments and then submit that report to the county, planning department for further review approval. But at least there'll be that kind of iteration. You develop a draft, have them comment on that, and then you make some modification, and then submit that modified version to the planning department.
And that's your plan within 60 days?
I would think so. So, like logically, I would think probably in about a month that they would have to develop such a plan, email it to the various homeowners association and all, the list of those who had testified, and then give them a 15-day, window or so, and give us a chance to readjust and submit it to planning.
Very good. Thank you. Barbara?
Yeah, I think if the community actually sees something being done in the neighborhood, that action is being taken, then their ability to react is going to be quite different. I think just sending them a letter saying something else is going to be done, that's not going to sit as well as if you combine it at the same time with actually taking action and making it better for the neighborhood. It's just my opinion.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else? So,
Yeah.
where are we on this? Jeff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just guessing that we're kind of winding up the discussion on the amended conditions. I don't know if we need to take a short recess, but what I would suggest, staff is having a very difficult time trying to figure out exactly what those amended conditions are. It would be good if we get clarity on those before we vote on the motion so that everybody is exactly on the same page with the final amended conditions. I don't know if that's a collaboration between the applicant and the commission or if the commission has it already. We've tried to keep up with it, but I think we got lost somewhere along the way.
So, Mike, is that something you would want to do in lieu of lunch? Since you made the motion, would you be able to perhaps go with Sydney's recommendations, assuming you are fine with them? It seems like discussion said that you were.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I think Sydney captured the intent of the motion. So I'd like to move forward with the vote on that.
Thank you.
You want to move forward with did you hear what Jeff said though, Mike?
No, sorry. I didn't.
Okay. Jeff was recommending that we take a lunch break so that we can clarify what the motion is. Staff is having a hard time understanding exactly what the motion is. So maybe we take a lunch break and you clarify your motion.
Sure, just to clarify it right now, staff, my motion is that we approve the time extension as recommended, subject to the conditions stated by Mr. Fuki.
And I think language with the
Excuse me, is that clear enough, Jeff? Or there's been a lot of discussion. I understand where you guys are confused.
Yeah. We can move forward on that and then re-review the transcripts and make sure that we capture exactly. But basically, if you folks feel comfortable going forward with what's been stated, we can capture it in the transcripts and be able to put it down as the final.
Okay. Mr. Van Pernis.
I would object to the motion stating anything like that stated by Ms. Fuki. That leaves it to the applicant's consultant.
I can't hear you, Mark.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, just speak as clearly as you can.
I would object to the motion referring to Mr. Fuki's statements because that leaves it to Mr. Fuki to represent the applicant to fill out the motion. I would like to see the motion have specific language. You may incorporate what Mr. Fuki said, but I think it should have specific language. Secondly, I want to state now that I intend to vote against the motion, not because it's unreasonable, but because, number one, there's been no testimony by the attorneys or Mr. Fuki or the planning department that the applicant is existing at this time. And thus, the motion would be void, and the permit's voided, and there could be litigation in that regard. Secondly, the applicant has done nothing for the public for 25 years and is asking for another 5 years. And
Okay.
that includes the traffic study where Mr. Fuki acknowledges that pedestrian and vehicular traffic has deteriorated badly in that 20-some years. And so for all these reasons, and also there is no reason beyond the control of the applicant to justify this application. Everything they talk about is within their control financially.
Okay,
I
thank
think
you,
it's
Mark.
bad precedent to approve entities' own financial decisions as a justification for extension.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mark. Okay, I think Sid is typing in the language into the chat box. And is that correct?
Actually, Sid, I said in our texting, he's typing it out now, and I had suggested maybe he could send it to Malia or somebody. I don't know if they can share screen. That way it would just be clear on the screen for everybody to see.
Sure. It could be sent. Is Jessica still here, or to Malia? Whatever. Malia, what do you prefer?
I would just take, do all the commissioners at this time understand what was read out by Mr. Fouquet as the condition? And if that satisfies both Mr. Vatusek's intent and the rest of the commission, then we can go ahead and take a roll call vote now. And then that language can be submitted into, because it was all heard, everybody heard it, it was read out. So at this point, if you're ready for the vote, we can vote.
Okay. Mike.
I believe it captures my intention, and I believe that's the standard practice in the commission hearing. So I think we're ready to vote.
Okay, very good. We were holding off because staff asked us to. Okay, Jessica, we're ready for a roll call vote, please.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Vatusek that was seconded by Max Newberg. Commissioner Newberg.
Right.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I had those correct.
Thank you.
So the vote is to approve with conditions as amended, as stated by Commissioner Vatusek and Sid Fuki. Okay.
Correct.
Commissioner Vatusek.
Aye.
Sorry, Commissioner Vatusek.
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Newberg.
Aye.
Commissioner Kealoha.
Aye.
Commissioner DeFranco.
Aye.
Commissioner Van Pernis.
No.
Okay. Commissioner Yates. Oh, I'm sorry, she's absent. Chair Carr Smith.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-1.
Motion passes 5-1.
Very good. Thank you. So you folks will get our decision in writing. We'll watch for clarification as well through our minutes as to what the language is, but I think we all feel good about moving forward, and thank you for your patience here.
And Madam Chair and Commissioners, I just want to say thank you so much. This has been a long process and it's taken a lot of your time. I appreciate your service and I thank you just personally. And happy holidays to all of you.
Happy holidays to you folks as well. Thank you, Evan. Thank you, Kim. And thank you, Sid. Did you have something else, Sid? Can't hear you. You just saying goodbye? Right. Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, folks, I think it's time for a lunch break. It's 12:37, so let's come back at 1:10. Is that what? 1:10? Jeff?
That sounds good.
All right.
So when we do return, we'll be dealing with the administrative
Right.
matter.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Have a nice break, everyone. See you in a half an hour.
If I may, Jeff, are you still there?
Yep.
Yeah.
Jeff, I don't know if it's possible, but can we go through that in person as a procedure? Just because reading the email, it was at a 90-degree angle and a little bit difficult to take in. The executive matters.
The administrative matters.
Administrative, sorry.
Your PDF that came was, all you have to do is flip it.
Oh, no problem. We're gonna, we sent that to the commission as just a reference. We're gonna be putting it on the screen. Yeah, and we're gonna do power presentations for number 3 and 4. So we have those ready to go.
Very good.
Thank you. I apologize for admitting I'm feeble at electronic communication.
You need to find the rotate button. Okay.
Yeah, take care. See you in a half hour.
Okay.
You're the only one left, Sid.
Testing.
I can hear you.
Oh, you can? Yes. You can?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Hey, Jeff.
Hi, Nancy.
Hi. Did you want me to change up the agenda items? Did you want me to go to the administrative items before approval of minutes and elections, or what did you have in mind? I figured you mentioned that for a reason.
Yeah, no, there wasn't any reason. I mean, you folks can take care of just in the order that it's on the agenda.
Okay. All right, sounds good. Thank you. Because we could put the elections after the other administrative matters, have that be last.
Okay.
Okay. Noriko, are you back? Is Zendo back? Rochelle? Just checking
Yes,
in.
Zendo is on, I'm not sure if he's there.
There he is. Noriko, are you guys back? There you go.
Yes, I think we're ready. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you, Noriko. Rochelle, are we good to go?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Okay, we'll bring the Leeward Planning Commission meeting back to order. It's 1:15. Before we move on to approve the minutes, unfortunately, I find the need to say that I want to apologize to my commissioners and to the county and to the applicant. It's very unfortunate that I need to get to the point where I mute a commissioner. It's embarrassing to me that I have to do that. It's unfortunate and it's inappropriate that it gets to that point. So I would just ask the commissioners to remember to listen to the chair, whoever it is. It's not going to be me after today. And, if I ask or the chair asks to move on from a topic or to don't interrupt or to, keep to questions and not comments or whatever it is, to be nice, I think that we all have to remember to do that. So I'm sorry to have to bring this up, but I think it's important that we all remember that we're here to serve the county and the community and not to argue and make things difficult. So with that, I'd like to move on to the approval of minutes. Commissioners, I trust that you've received and reviewed the minutes from November 19th, 2020. Can I hear any corrections or a motion to approve, please?
Approve.
Thank you, Mike. Second?
So moved.
Thank you, Perry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone disapprove of the minutes? Okay, minutes are passed. Thank you very much. Thank you, Noriko, for always getting those minutes to us. It can't be easy to transcribe them in these conditions. So thank you. Regarding the agenda, we're going to skip the election of officers and move on to Administrative items number 2, discussion of recent special management area determinations, minor permits, and enforcement action issued by the planning director.
Thank you,
Jeff.
Chair. Thank you. The staff had sent the commission a copy of our SAA log in the email at the beginning of the month. What this practice is that staff will prepare it and then send it to both the Leeward and Windward commissions at the same time. And so hopefully the commission has that. Basically, it's a list of pending special management area assessment applications that the planning division is currently working on. I don't see anything that really stands out. The log itself is color coded. The yellow that you'll see highlighted is for the East Hawaii applications, and the ones that are not highlighted are for the West Hawaii applications. They're pretty balanced at this time. At our last meeting, Commissioner Van Pernest asked if staff can provide a copy of an SMA exemption letter as well as an SMA minor permit letter to the commission. So we recently sent that out for you folks to view. I didn't realize that one of the letters went to one of our commissioners' relatives at the time. Sorry about that, Mike. But we work with your father on a regular basis. So basically, the difference between these two letters is that if an action that comes in through an assessment is deemed to be exempt, we will normally send a letter identifying our determination and how we came to that determination, as well as a list of conditions to be able to make sure that the construction process is safe. And we normally do have a construction timeline on there to be able to come in for building permits and construct, even though the application is exempt. It's just to kind of move the process along. The rules and the law give us the ability to add conditions on exemptions. An SMA minor permit will be triggered when a request for an assessment is not exempt. In the case of the example we provided, it was for a single family dwelling that was converting to a duplex. And so normally the single family dwelling would be exempt, but now you have an addition of a second dwelling. And so we assess the value of the second dwelling, and if it's over 500,000, we would request that they go through an SMA major. If it's under 500,000, we will issue an SMA minor permit administratively. And you can see an example of that and the conditions that are listed on that permit. As mentioned previously, there's been a recent change in state law. A bill has now been approved, Act 16, and they have made some pretty significant changes to the Hawaii Coastal Zone Management laws, including requiring a permit for any single family dwelling that's along the shoreline or that's affected by coastal processes. Additionally, it has deleted the 20-foot setback, and now the minimum shoreline setback is 40 feet. Up to this point, we've had an allowance. If a lot was small and you did the calculations by applying the setbacks, if the buildable area came under 50%, we would be able to apply this 20-foot setback. That's no longer the case. All lots now have a shoreline setback of 40 feet. So if anybody decides that they want to do any type of construction or activity in there, they're going to have to come before the Planning Commission for a shoreline setback variance. It's a complicated process because it's also one of the triggers for an environmental assessment. So before they can submit an application to us, they have to go through that assessment process. Some of these, you know, this came about pretty quickly, and a lot of people are caught off guard. And so we have a lot of inquiries currently about what they can and cannot do on their small properties. They either have to downsize their development if they can. If not, we may be seeing more variances come before the Planning Commission. Anyway, that summarizes the item agenda number 2 for administrative matters. I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions, commissioners? Mark?
Mr. Darrell, I appreciate you sending me these sample forms and answering my question. What I don't see on any of the paperwork is an automatic sunset provision. I do see that they got to apply for building permits within a certain time, but if they get the permit and don't build, or if they do get a permit and build, but it's not within the required time, or if they don't build, is there any automatic sunset? And if not, why not?
Thank you, Commissioner Van Pernis. The automatic sunset would be the date of the deadline of that time frame that's in the condition. If they come in for a building permit and that deadline is passed, they will either have to request a time extension administratively for that particular exemption or minor permit, or if it's outside of that, they will have to resubmit another assessment application. We on a pretty regular occasion, we receive somebody will submit an assessment for a particular dwelling. Things don't work out, they sell the property. The next owner has to come in for an assessment. That particular assessment that was approved previously was for a specific project. If that project was not built, or if those people are not building that specific project, we will need to reevaluate it. So the deadline on the assessment, the exemption, and the minor permit are your sunset deadlines.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you. Anybody else have questions? Mike, you look like you're maybe? No? Okay. Thank you for putting that together. Go ahead.
No problem. Just to give you folks a heads up, our staff is actively working on the rule changes to reflect what's happening. They're quite, it's going to affect a number of rules. So we will be looking at a joint planning commission, as I mentioned, once we get those things taken care of, and we'll bring both commissions together to vote on the rule changes.
Great. Thank you very much to you and the staff for doing that. Awesome. Okay, we'll move to agenda item number 3, the discussion of creation of a new planning commission rule of practice and procedure related to procedure for recusal of a commissioner.
Hello.
Oh, hi, Malia.
Jeff will be putting it up on your screen, but we sent it ahead of time because it's, big block of text. And so what I did was kind of just look through all the different boards and commissions and see what they had. I thought council had one, but I was mistaken. So what you got was basically from the Merit Appeals Board, the Board of Appeals, and the Board of Ethics, which is their rules on disqualification of a candidate, of a commissioner or board member. I don't know exactly. You can just go to the first slide, Jeff.
Okay.
I don't know.
Are you able to see the screen?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh,
what happened there?
Oh, well, here's the definitions. If you like. Oh, did you go backwards?
You know what happened? I think a slide jump. So I'll come back to that when you deal with that, but this is the first one.
Okay. Basically just says what I just told you guys. I don't know exactly where they got this rule from, but if I had to guess, I would say that it's modeled after the rule for judges, based on bias and prejudice. That, you know, there is a similar rule in our Hawaii revised statutes that, you know, if somebody coming before the court thinks a judge has a bias or prejudice, they can, you know, submit an affidavit just like it says in these rules, and you know, the judge will have to declare, you know, the impartiality or if whether or not they have a bias or prejudice. So I just present this to you guys again with the reminder that in order to adopt any of these, it would have to go to a joint commission, as Jeff said. So even if you guys are all for it, if Windward isn't, it needs to be adopted by a majority of both commissions. So I believe that is 8 members would have to approve to adopt something to this matter. So I don't know if there's any questions. I can entertain that. Included in here is also kind of the legal definitions for bias, and you can just jump to that. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's what I was wondering. What's the legal definition of bias or prejudice?
Yeah, we can jump to bias first. It's kind of small print in small and big at the same time. But I think, can I get a double spaced here, Jeff? No, just joking. I think
I wanted to fit it all on one screen.
I know.
Sorry.
I think the point of the matter is basically, you know, through all of this, you know, having an inclination or being bent, or it's basically, do you have a prejudgment on this matter? And basically, no matter what they say to you, you're already gonna approve or deny, right? No matter what the evidence says, this is what I'm gonna do. And so, you know, we all have biases in a certain way, but is that bias so huge that it's going to affect your ruling and how you look at this matter without giving the applicant a fair shot? So that's when I think about bias, I think that's, in a legal term, that's what it is. Can you be impartial even with what you know about certain things, or if you have a bias about on certain matters? Can you still come to the table and be impartial and not prejudge a matter before even hearing what they have to say and their evidence that they presented? And then if you go to prejudice, Jeff. It's pretty much the same. I mean, it's the same but different, right? I mean, there's a thin line between the two, but the idea is kind of the same, where, you know, you don't want to make a pre-judgment or fore-judgment, as they say here. You shouldn't be leaning to one side. You should be, you know, listening to everything. And then after the whole record has been created, reflecting on the entirety of that record, everything that's been presented, the public testimony, the applicants, what they have presented, and the discussion that you guys have. And then a decision should be made, not before that happens, right? Not before you've received all the information that has been put forth before you. I know that's a lot of words to look at, but I think in a nutshell, that's pretty much what it is that when you guys walk into this, if you don't feel like you can walk into this impartially, then you should recuse yourself in that sense. On the other side of that, if we're talking conflict of interest, that's a whole different thing that involves being, you know, having possible financial benefit to you or a family member. So those are very separate issues. If you guys wanted to include language like that, I haven't found anything beyond, like, you know, the Board of Ethics, which is where, you know, most people would go if you're a county officer to see if you have a conflict of interest that's within their jurisdiction. So I hope that kind of sheds light on, the disqualification or possible recusal of members or commissioners. And if you guys have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Could you track down the presentation, please? Thank you. Great. That was helpful. And the extra definitions were helpful as well. I had asked for this because I do feel like the commission should have a rule on this, so that we have something, a guideline to go by. How do the other commissioners feel? Mr. Van Pernis.
Because of an attempt to disqualify me in an earlier proceeding, as a lawyer, I did a lot of research on this, and I spoke with Ms. Hall. First of all, we all have biases. Mr. Vatusik regarding archaeological features, Max regarding employment and local people taking jobs, myself regarding extensions without additional conditions. This is a bias. It sounds as if the accused person, if they state, I can wait till I hear all the evidence aside, that's all it takes to defeat any sort of attempt at disqualifying somebody for prejudice or bias. I'm not comfortable with the definition of bias obtained from the legal dictionaries. I note that the case law that is referred to in there is all over 100 years old. There's nothing current. And if somebody can be disqualified for bias after they say I can be objective and listen to all the evidence first, I think that's all it takes to defeat an attempt to disqualify. The other thing I'm concerned about is what if the alleged prejudice or bias appears at the hearing itself? For instance, somebody discloses it, one thing or another that might raise the question of bias or prejudice. That occurs in this commission. So when you say somebody's got to file something beforehand, 5 days, whatever, what happens if the alleged bias or prejudice appears during hearing or arises during hearing? I think the orders that were shown as, or the rules that were shown as examples don't really cover everything and apply to the planning commission. For instance, some of these orders may apply to a bias or prejudice against a person appearing before that board rather than an issue or a application. So I think a lot more time and discernment are needed on this issue.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other commissioners have comments about this or want to weigh in so we know how you feel? Go ahead, Max.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo that. For me, it's more of a learning process. What constitutes the definition. So I do appreciate the request for a little more learning on this. And then also for myself, being involved in such a broad industry within the state, and being part of a large organization, it sometimes is dismaying of, do I mention everything, a conversation 3 years ago? To my knowledge, looking into this initially, it was more of the conflict of interest, which would be, do you have anything to financially gain, what have you? Just as full disclosure, I'm paid on salary. I'm paid like every other carpenter within our organization. Yes, it's my job to monitor every construction project on the west side of Hawaii Island. But initially, our involvement in all of that is just that all contractors, whether they would be a part of our organization or not, that they follow the law. It's not anything whether a project is partnered with us or not, but more so we feel we're in a good business climate in the state of Hawaii and beyond, that if every contractor that's working is known to follow the letter of the law within the state, then we feel that all the more better that business conducts itself fairly and above board. So I'm going to be more towards the point of what constitutes something and what doesn't, since anytime somebody starts pushing around dirt, I'm normally on the phone trying to see who may be involved and what's coming up next.
Understood. Yeah. Mike, go ahead.
So correct me if I'm wrong or don't understand, but it seemed like a lot of the definitions are kind of pertaining to criminal law. Is that right?
Yeah, the law dictionary has, the majority of them are criminal cases, yeah.
So there's obviously a pretty big difference between a criminal proceeding and a commission hearing and rules of evidence and that kind of thing. So to me, it's kind of apples to oranges when you're considering the letter of the law on bias and prejudice in a criminal case versus whether or not that bias or prejudice affects your ability to make a fair and impartial ruling during this commission proceeding. I feel like language is needed to make us similar to the other boards and commissions. But the idea being that it's not tied to that strict definitions in the criminal legal proceedings, but rather that you have the opportunity to review whether any bias or conflict of interest prevents you from being fair and impartial and discharging your duties as a commissioner.
Very good. Perry?
I guess my position is, like others, we're all employed within the community. I work for Kamehameha Schools, who's the largest private landowner. So there's a lot of issues that come up with Kamehameha Schools, and I automatically expect to recuse myself from any any agenda item that involves a benefit or challenge to Kamehameha Schools. So for me, it feels pretty cut and dried. I think we know, again, I think we all should know when it's time to step out. And it behooves us to recuse ourselves before we need to be recused. So I don't see, a huge problem.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, most people do see when it's time to do that. But when you have people that don't necessarily see that, then it causes you to feel like you need to have guidelines to help you decide what the situation is. So, Barbara, what's your opinion?
Well, I think it's a good idea to have general guidelines. I think all of us have a strong moral compass, and we know when we step into a commission like this, that we should step in looking at all the facts and trying to make a decision that's based on what we're being presented with and not our own personal agendas. And when our own personal agendas are there, then we either need to announce them or we need to recuse ourselves. And I think a simple set of guidelines that maybe isn't associated with criminal law would be good. I'm thinking that maybe it would make more sense to put it in something that had to do with commissions. But I think it's a good idea that we all can read it, what it means when we need to step out.
Well, at the commission level, we basically have contested cases. That's what this is. It's not a formal contested case, but and that's what Board of Appeals is, and that's the language that they used
Yeah.
as well. So, staff, do you have an opinion?
So it sort of came up because if someone who's appearing before us that's presenting material asks that one of us be recused because of whatever it is, I think this is why this is sort of on the table right now. And I think that we as a commissioner should be able to respond, no, I don't have that bias anymore. That happened 20 years ago. I don't even feel that way now. I mean, you know, I think we all look toward the integrity of the commission itself. I think we just have to understand that.
Yes, Mark?
Before I get into the procedural problems, we'll use Faye as an example. Faye has a bias against a lot more traffic in Kohala. Does that mean an applicant for Kohala, who has a project in Kohala, is going to generate traffic, moves to disqualify her because she has a feeling or a bias or a experience with traffic? I don't think so. Now, procedurally, I've already mentioned the problem with a bias or prejudice. A prejudice is better defined. Arising after the 5 days when these rules were first, or even during a hearing. I think that there should be some time limit, better than 5 days, by which an applicant has to allege somebody should be recused and submit an affidavit so that the party accused has an opportunity to respond. Also, I think there should be time limits. In my case, I wrote a letter the other 4 or 5 years ago, which they alleged was bias. Well, it wasn't, but I think that that's not relevant to the feeling now or the situation now. And also procedurally, what if a recusal results in a lack of a quorum? What happens then? I think this proposal, although may have some merit if it's very generally stated and restricted so as to not cripple the commissioner, I think that it needs a lot more work and a lot more generality. It's going to generate more work and give the applicant more tools to pick and choose who he wants to resolve his application. And as I said, it's going to make a lot more work for us.
A lot more work for who?
Make a lot more work for us. We're going to have to decide all these things.
Got it. Okay. Mike?
Just in a continuation of Commissioner Van Pernis's discussion about bias, again, I think that the key with these proceedings is whether or not the personal bias affects the commissioner's ability to be impartial. So if we're using the example of somebody who opposes development because of traffic and who states that they will not approve any permit ever that will lead to more traffic, that's displaying a lack of ability to be impartial. And I could understand why that person would be recused. Now, if somebody says, I have concerns about traffic, but I will review each application on the merits of that application and weigh the benefits and the detriments of that application, then they're showing an ability to be impartial and weigh that. So to me, the presence of bias is preconceived ideas of what bias is. I think we need to focus on whether or not that individual has the ability to be impartial, and including language in our rules that allow the commission to determine that in the event that the individual commissioner won't, and keeping us in line with the other boards and commissions is appropriate. We're not here voting on any specific wording of that today. We're just discussing this. It's agendized for discussion only. So I want to say again that I think that it is appropriate to have some language about when a commissioner should either be recused, and then procedures for how the commission can vote for the removal of a commissioner. But I don't think it should be tied to the legal definition from criminal law of bias. I think it has to be included in there that the ability of the commissioner to remain impartial and fairly review the merits of the application are important. And you know, as in your previous example, Commissioner Van Pernis, about the time when you were requested to be recused based on a letter that came back years ago, and you said, I don't believe that letter affects my ability to be impartial, and the commission agreed with you, and we continued. So I think that having that procedure in place isn't harmful, and we're still at the end of the day relying on the reasonable judgment of the commission to determine whether or not the bias affects the commissioner's ability to be impartial.
Thank you, Mike. Malia, did you want to add anything more?
No, I'm just saying I pulled up those definitions because I was asked to pull up legal definitions, but they aren't necessarily tied to these board rules. Just as a clarification, the bias and the prejudice is basically from these board rules. They don't have definitions linked to them within those board rules, so therefore it's left up to the discretion of the board members, which would probably be the same with you guys. It would be left up to you, to your discretion as commissioners to view this situation case by case and judge on whether that person can be or cannot be impartial.
Is there a point where a person's partiality is clear and obvious, and where court counsel will step in and say a person should recuse themselves?
I have been asked for my advice, and I will give it. Like if a commissioner comes to me prior to or during a commission and asks me, hey, this is my situation, what do you think I do? I will give them advice on an individual basis. If it seems like, yeah, I mean, basically, if they make a statement like Mike has stated, where they're like, I don't care what they present, you know, I'm denying, then, you know, there's a possibility that I would step in at that point. But for the most part, you know, I let you guys self-police in that way. But if it's so blatant that I would know that, you know, approve or deny would be an automatic appeal, then yeah, most likely I would have to step in at that point. But luckily we haven't gone there, so let's not do that now.
Jeff?
You know, I've been kind of doing this for a while. And in all the years that I've been working with the commissions, most commissioners are hypersensitive in the sense that if there's any hint of bias or conflict, they will either make it known and request of their fellow commissioners whether they feel they can continue in an impartial manner. They will make a statement that they can or they will recuse themselves on their own. You know, in all the years I've been doing this, I've never seen it to where the recent incident happened where it was brought up that somebody should be recused, a particular commissioner. So I think that's why we're here. It made us take a look at whether or not there are any rules for this particular situation, and we don't have rules for that. In looking at the different rules that for the boards that Malia provided, they seem like a reasonable rule. You know, it doesn't appear to be a rule that is brought up by a fellow commissioner, but by an applicant. So if an applicant feels there's a particular bias or impartiality on a particular commissioner, they can file an affidavit, and that can be addressed by the commission as well as the particular commissioner that's the affidavit is geared towards. So, I mean, staff can try to put something together if the commission wants us to present back to the commission to look at. It doesn't seem like it needs to be complex. It can be as simple as what we're seeing, a simple rule that we can add into the general rules for the planning commission. So again, you know, in all the years that we've been doing this, I believe 99.9% of the time, everybody has been super aware of their connections that are going on and have made them known.
Thank you very much. Director Kern, would you like to weigh in on this topic if you've been able to listen? And then we'll move on. Just wanted to give you an opportunity.
Yeah, I'll overall, I'm just listening and absorbing. Jeff is on it, John Mukai, and to be honest, I'm also simultaneously doing a bus hub meeting at the same time, getting ripped apart. So doing my very best in all directions.
No problem.
I think I would echo Jeff's.
John, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I would echo Jeff's comments on this matter that, you know, generally
meetings with no internet.
Generally the board members themselves have a pretty good sense of what's fair. And I don't think there's ever been problems that I've ever seen in any of the other boards that I've advised.
All right, thank you very much. So with that, I'd like to ask you, Jeff, to go ahead and have staff put something together for our review. I appreciate that. I know it's another thing, but.
No problem.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Agenda item number 4, discussion on amending the county code to add a clause to allow for consideration of the passage of time and changing conditions when considering whether a permit should be extended. Thanks, Jeff.
Let's see. I'm going to again share my screen. Give me 1 second here. Let me know when you see it.
You see it.
Okay, so this is an item under administrative matters that was requested at our last Planning Commission meeting by Commissioner Vattusic. You know, at first I thought it was kind of related to our previous discussion a year ago on time conditions and ordinance conditions, but it's actually a little different. And so I'll go through the PowerPoint, and then at any given time, I think it would be healthy to kind of go through and talk about the different areas of an expired permit that the commission wants to you know, bring it back or take a look at it, re-review it, request for additional information such as reports or studies or things like that. But let me start off with this particular PowerPoint. So this is our current language in our Planning Commission rules for special permits as well as use permits. And if you look at it, you're not going to see any language that talks about what the commission is to really look at for approval or denial. It's basically just stating what the applicant needs to submit, and if it's a time condition, the amount of time, and the reasons for the request. And on the bottom portion of the screen, it talks about if you're amending or modifying or deleting a condition, the same thing. You're identifying what condition, the specific amendment that you're requesting, and the reasons. It doesn't go into any kind of detail as to what the commission looks at as far as criteria for approval or denial. The closest that we've come as staff is we've utilized our language that's in our administrative time extension that you'll see in almost all permit conditions as well as ordinance conditions. And more specifically, we're looking at, we do look at A, it's like, hey, it's been 10 years. What happened here? What was the reason for the delay? Was it your fault or was it something else? And 99% of the time it's the economy. But now it could be the COVID pandemic. So you just never know. There are these outside factors that could really affect a project. In 2008, when the economy took a beating, for a number of years, developers could not get loans. I mean, it was just rough. And so these permits just sat. They couldn't do anything. They couldn't move. And so that was a majority of the reasons that we would get when they would come back, asking for more time. But B and C is what we really focus on. B says that the time, let me go to the next slide. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm going to address some summaries at the end, but basically what we look at that kind of ties in the original criteria that we look at for approval or denial and the original reasons for approval or denial, we tie that in by B and C. And that is that the time extension or the amendment request would not be contrary to the general plan, the community development plans, or the zoning code. There are times that something changes, either a general plan amendment comes in and the general plan has changed for that area, or a new community development plan has come in or has been amended, or the zoning code has changed and has affected this particular request. So if something's changed there and they're coming in for the amendment, that may affect the recommendation from the director to the commission. C, this kind of ties in everything else. This says that the granting of the amendment or time extension would not be contrary to the original reasons for granting the permit in the first place, which is basically if you have a special permit, you have 8 criteria for approval. We relook at those. If it's a use permit, you have 3 criteria for approval. We relook at those and we see if they're still consistent with that. So that's why sometimes, even though it's not really clear in a rule, which it should be, which I think that's going to be the outcome of this, these are what we've been relying on up to this point. I'm going to go to the next slide, and this was provided by Commissioner Fatusik as an example of some of the areas we should be looking at when it comes to a change that might have happened over a period of time to a particular project and what we should look at. So Commissioner Vatusik, I have this as well as your reference to Hawaii Administrative Rules 11-200.1 on the next screen. If you wanted to kind of speak as to what you were looking at in regards to these.
Sure. So what is shown here is from the National Historic Preservation Act, the code of federal regulations that are designed to implement the National Historic Preservation Act for taking into account the effect of a project on historic sites. They're noting that the passage of time allows for changes in the perceptions of significance, it allows for changes in the community on what the community values. And so those changes have to be considered when reevaluating a project. So if something's approved in 1980 and then is coming back before you again 20 years later, you have to take a look and think, how have things changed? How has the community changed since then? How has everything around it changed since then? How have our perceptions of the significance of whatever it is changed since the project was originally approved? And so you have to consider that when reevaluating a project. The further language is from the Hawaii Administrative Rules, Chapter 13-200, which basically creates the guidelines for implementing environmental impact statements and indicating when a supplemental environmental impact statement is needed. So what we have here is that an EIS is accepted with respect to a particular action is usually qualified by the size, scope, location, intensity, use, and timing of the action, among other things. So that timing refers to when the project is proposed to be completed.
Yeah, you can
So
see here.
if a project is proposed to be completed in 1980, but it's not done, then is later on proposed in 2020, the timing of that project has changed. So therefore, the impacts of that project will change. And in a case such as environmental impact rules, a supplemental environmental impact statement is required in order to update the project on the new timing. So basically, the purpose being where if we're in a situation where we're seeing extension after extension after extension after extension, and the area has substantially changed, the beliefs about what should be done in the area have substantially changed, then the commission should review the request for an extension based on the changes in the community now, on what's happening currently, instead of just focusing on the merits for why it was approved back in. And just to add, is there any more that you want to go on before I keep talking?
I do have another slide, but
Go ahead.
after you're done.
Go ahead.
So based on the previous slides and the information that Commissioner Vatusik has provided, we're
Jeff, you're muted.
sorry about that.
No problem.
And my screen went blank, so I don't know what. Is your screen black? Yeah?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
So
hold
now we've got your desktop.
on. Give me 1 sec. I don't know what just happened.
No problem.
Earlier, Rochelle had the blue screen of death. Now I have the black screen of death. Okay, let's see. Can you see that now?
Yes.
Okay. Let's hope this stops. Stop. Ah. Okay, I can go back. All right, so what we're suggesting is to include the criteria that we use in the administrative time conditions into our rules. That's the examples. These are either criteria or findings. So that again, we could, you know, say you need to reevaluate the entire project again, but this kind of summarizes everything into these two statements. And then we can incorporate language that helps us to reevaluate based on section 106 in the HAR language. So we can try to incorporate language into the amendment that addresses those scopes that were identified in that. Size, scope, intensity, use, location, and/or timing. Additionally, we were thinking that we should add in the ability for the commission, which would most likely be the department on behalf of the commission, when these come in and we see a change to the intensity of the project, that we request possibly a traffic study or maybe an archaeological inventory survey if recommended by SHPD, or any other type of report that may be needed to provide clarity as to the changes in the project. And then lastly, I think one thing that is really important is to really be clear that the applicant provides a specific update of everything that has happened from the original time of approval till that date, whether there has been any activity, and if there has, what has that been? If there hasn't, then they basically say nothing's happened on the property for during that period of time. And then again, any other considerations by the commission that we can consider in the amendment.
Excellent. Thanks, Jeff. Go ahead, Mike.
Sure. Some language that I was kind of working on is if an applicant requests a change in the proposed development, including but not limited to an extension of time periods or other conditions required by the permit's approval, the commission or the director shall consider the extent to which the proposed action has changed in size, scope, intensity, use, location, or timing, among other things, and or whether there have been changes in the environment and or community where the project is located such that the impact of the project would be substantially different from the potential impacts at the time the permit was initially approved.
Very good.
So if there's been a change in any of these characteristics which may have a significant effect, the commission will assess whether or not to grant a time extension, impose different or additional conditions, or rescind approval of the SMA permit.
Good job.
Something to think about.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then I also wanted to add that I think that, you know, the process of revising the regulations and whatnot can take time. But I think that we can start to include language like that in the conditions of approval of SMA permits and special permits and the like, where we're putting in there that, you know, when reviewing a time extension, we will be reviewing the impact and on the passage of time as I just stated.
If I could ask a favor, Commissioner Vatusic, if you could send that language to me, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Guaranteed.
Awesome. Thank you both for working on this. Appreciate it. You have you want to add something more, Jeff?
I see hands being raised by Commissioner Van Pernis as well as Commissioner Newberg.
Okay, I can't see them. They're not on my screen. Do you mind dropping down your presentation, please? Thank you very much. All right. Mr. Van Pernis, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This seems so elementary for good planning by the commission and good planning by the department. Let's use the Diamond Resorts as an example. Here's a project that's 23 years old since its approval and wants another 5 years. So it'll be 28 years from approval. And approval was given on conditions that existed 28 years ago. As you know, I've proposed a traffic study, and they have not agreed to it. This project is going to dump hundreds of cars into an area that's already, over the last 23 years, become terribly congested. If we had this rule in effect, we could impose that traffic study. Without this rule, we can't. Let me tell you something as an attorney for the last 40 years. Many applicants go before this commission to get approval of their project with the full intention of getting extension of time because I want to get the conditions narrowed down so they don't change over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, and they can then sell the project on the basis that it's already determined. This is a common practice amongst consultants and attorneys. I don't know why we want to throw the population of West Hawaii under the bus and make them pay for all the infrastructure improvements that develop over the next 10 to 20 years. I think that this is so elementary that there should be no opposition to it at all.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else have comments or questions? Max, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think, at least what I was going to comment on, I don't know if there's any way for us to shape it or make it better. I've only been on the commission a short time, but I think 3 projects come to mind as far as basically setting precedent. One being the project in Keoho, Mauka of End of the World, that was granted a time extension on the basis that they had made a substantial investment on the egress of their property, investing somewhere around $1.5 million.
I'm going to interrupt for just a second. I don't think
Sure.
the Corp Council wants us talking about specific cases. So let's not refer to them. I should have stopped Mark from talking about the one we just heard, but yeah, if you can generalize in any other way, please go ahead.
Well, sure. I think everything falls under circumstances, and I guess without mentioning the titles of any other projects, everything has its own circumstances. You have circumstances where you want it to move forward. There wasn't the original owner that created an obstruction in an area that we want to see move forward. And then there's also been projects where, even though we forwarded the recommendation that we did, it's been overturned. So I don't know, again, more of a comment than anything else, but I don't always see where we're setting good precedent to be able to deny anything. that comes before us. And that's the comment I have.
Thank you. Perry or Barbara, did you want to comment on this?
I like some of the language added by Mike. Again, as stated earlier, we see this come before us quite regularly now, where we're 20 years later and so much has changed. So some kind of a sunset makes sense at some point. Having said that, I've been an opposite end of, I've witnessed the opposite side of this as well, where you're doing improvements and you get approvals and entitlements for a project, and you go ahead and do all the public value infrastructure, and then the project doesn't pencil. So you kill it, and you come up with another idea, and you go in and you get new entitlements, and you make more public commitments. And at the end of the day, it doesn't pencil. So I've seen the flip side of what we're hearing everyone says, as if there's some big intent to defraud the public in some way. But I've seen where it's not easy to make a profit, especially close to the shoreline, with the SMA requirements and infrastructure expectations. And you have, a small project. Trying to pay for all the community infrastructure and capture it in a small project can be impossible. But that being said, there's got to be some sunset. There's got to be an end to, how long we can wait as well.
Thank you for those comments, Perry. Worthwhile. Go ahead, Barbara.
Yeah, I wanted to agree with Perry on that. We don't always understand everything on the other side of how much money they've even invested in what's happened in the economy. There's so much going on to really understand going forward. But I like the spirit of all of us on this commission, because the intent is to make it right for the community and to hold the investors and the developers responsible for what they've made their commitments to. So I agree, it would be nice to put a sunset on them, but we would only be able to do that if we understood the whole project. And a lot of times we don't. So we get what they present to us, but we don't always have, at least I don't have the whole background of how they got there in the first place.
Thank you, Barbara. Max?
To echo what both Perry and Barbara mentioned, is it within the realms of sense to perhaps try to draft language that says if you're granted a 5-year plan initially, that if it goes to 3 times that initial request, in other words, if you've been granted extensions twice on a 5-year or have had 15 years as the original owner, that it comes under different scrutiny at some point?
Jeff, were you thinking about responding to that?
Right now, the way that our code reads is there's a section that says permits run with the land. And so when a particular permit that's issued by the Planning Commission is issued, it runs with the land. There's been discussion by the commission about trying to either change that code or put in the rules that this sunset date that's been spoken about, and as well as if the property changes ownership, that they're required to come back. So those are things we can look at as adding in during the rule amendments. But again, it may also require a code change, which goes up to council. Again, if this is the direction of the commission, we can present it. We're going to take both of these matters before the Windward Commission at our January hearing, and then we'll compile suggestions from both commissions, try to put together particular rule changes and possible code changes. This thing, you know, it's not as simple as we would hope, you know, because we think we're on the right page, but if we just agendized a joint meeting and presented this and both commissions came together and unless we can try to somehow vet it before we come together as a joint commission, it might be a futile effort. So what we'll try to do is create the suggested rule changes, provide them to the commission for feedback to make sure we're on the same page, and then put it together to bring to a joint commission. But again, I hear what you're saying regarding the time period. That's been discussed a number of times. So that's something we can try to present in the rule amendments.
Very good. Thank you, Jeff. Mike?
Sure. I just want to reiterate that the idea behind this language change is not about timing itself and not about a sunset clause, but about considering the effects and how the effects change over time. So it would be a case-by-case thing where you'd be looking at a project and seeing that over the last years, what changes have there been in the community that now need to be taken into account when reevaluating this project. So that's the intention of what I was talking about.
Yeah, yeah. Well, thank you for working with Jeff on this. Mr. Van do you have something new or?
I want to respond to Barbara's comments, which it's the applicant's responsibility to inform us of everything that should be considered, their investment or whatever. We shouldn't have to guess. We shouldn't have to wonder. And Mike's presentation on this is not about time. They can get as many extensions as allowed, as long as the planning commission can impose appropriate conditions rather than have a development approved in 1990, built in 2025 with no additional conditions or changes, and the result being that the population, the public pays for the problems that the developer is creating by his delay. It's only fair, it's only good planning, and other jurisdictions do it that way, and I don't know why we shouldn't.
That's what we're working on. Okay, very good. Thank you all. Appreciate your efforts on this. Thank you.
If I could just say something in summary, it's that I'm not sure which commissioner it was that mentioned this, but might have been Commissioner Vatusik. Amendments take a while, rule changes take some time and stuff, but in the meantime, there is the option to add the conditions in the permit of what the commission wants to see. So if the commission wants to see those review of effects that have that come on, we can put a condition in there or try to word a condition that we can start adding in there, that if these things happen, we need to re-review. Additionally, I've seen in the past where there's been sunset time on the permits. It'll say the period of time for this, the life of the permit is 10 years. That's it. They have to come back, but basically I've seen one that actually there was a number of permits that were issued that said that the life of this permit is 10 years, but the intention was that they wanted them to relocate to an area that was more zoned appropriately, like an industrial area, but there weren't any available during that time. But it appeared that in time there would be areas available for zoning that they could move to. So these kind of conditions, the commission has gotten creative and added in. They're not just standardized conditions. So again, until those changes occur, there's always those options available.
Right. Good.
I guess quick follow-up on that, as opposed to sunset, the notion that the entitlements or permits can't be assigned. Because I agree with Mr. Van Pernis that, some developers will seek the entitlements just so they can improve the value of their property for sale. And if you eliminate that opportunity, then they'll be incentivized to finish the project through so they can recapture their value versus handing it over with entitlements that just increase the value and not deliver on the public promises.
Any response to that, Jeff, or no?
Well, again, I would say that that would be the reason for putting in a sunset or a change of ownership condition, that they have to come back, so that regardless of what entitlements are there, if they sell the property, new owners got to come back and update those entitlements.
Yeah. Very good. Thank you all. Good discussion. Okay, we're going to move on to election of officers. As I mentioned last month, Vice Chair Kealoha's term expires at the end of this calendar year, and he has agreed to carry over 3 months, yay, to the end of March. My term expires the end of March, and I'm willing to carry over to the end of June unless you find somebody else.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're going to move on to elect a chair and a vice chair for 2021. Keep in mind that you can nominate yourself. Are there any nominations for chairperson? Max?
Not sure if this will be welcomed, but I'd like to nominate Mike Atusik for chair.
Excellent. Mike, are you willing to be chair?
I will accept. Thanks, Max, and thanks, everybody.
Awesome. I'm sorry, I should say, are there any other nominations for chair? Seeing none, all in favor of Mike becoming the new chair, please raise your hand. Awesome. Very good. Unanimous. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And big shoes to follow. I'll have lots of questions.
No problem. And what about vice chair? Barbara? I can't hear. Barbara, can you unmute?
I'd like to nominate Max as vice chair. Oh.
Max, are you willing?
I'll reluctantly accept.
All in favor of Max being vice chair? Unanimous. Very good. Congratulations to you both.
Congratulations.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks for your willingness.
Thank you, Nancy. You did a tremendous job in the past year.
Oh, thank you.
Like Mike said,
Absolutely, especially
shoes to fill.
Especially given the difficulties with the pandemic and moving everything online. I mean,
yeah.
Hats off to you. It's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you. Yeah, it's been challenging online, but kind of nice to sit in your own house and or in your own office.
This last year has been kind of a blur, actually.
Yeah, it has. It has.
I think
Right,
our
well,
vice chair got lucky the last year.
What's that?
I said our vice chair got very lucky the last year.
Yeah, thank you to Perry too for being the vice chair for the year. Thank you.
There's only one close call.
Yeah. Great. Well, it's been my pleasure to be the chair for the last year. Thank you all. I appreciate it. And with that, can I have a motion to adjourn? Mike, motion?
Yep.
Yep. And a second?
Second.
Second from Max. All in favor to adjourn?
Aye.
Aye.
Awesome. Thank you all very much. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
Yeah, happy holidays to everyone.